Hi, everybody. How are you today? Yeah, like, let's watch some crazy show.
Real quick question for, and so going to read this. Real quick question for my German brothers and sisters. Actually living in Deutschland. Um, my wife and I are trying to study the German language. We're trying to learn it in our spare time, and we would really like to find a good, accurate Bible that's in the German language. And I know Luther's Bible has some issues, and I've heard of this Schlachter version, and there's a 2000 edition. Now my question is it a good is that edition good to listen to and to study, or is it kind of more conformable to the new versions? So if you're from Germany and you know about the Bible version issue, and one is a Sixth Temple, since becoming, uh, says here, Robertson said, I'm talking about property. The Catholics were the ones who had the temples, the pagan temples, that they were worshiping in. And Islam comes from Catholicism. And church buildings come from Catholicism. Robertson warned that kind of makes you wonder, why would you put a whole lot of money into things down? If you're in a Bible building and you're saying, well, Brian, I don't see it yet, and I don't think that I want to give up yet. Okay, all right, yeah, sure, whatever. But you better have an exit strategy, because the more of these Bible buildings close down, the more control the Catholics are getting.
Oh no.
And you say, well, then we should have more Bible buildings to keep the Catholics away. No, it's Bible prophecy being fulfilled. Even if you had strong Bible buildings all over America, even if you had that, the Catholics would take over.
Oh
No, that's what's coming.
no.
I'm glad I'm not in one of those places.
The Catholic Church is going to take over the
Controlled and
world.
watched over by the federal government. I'm glad I'm not there. I'm glad I'm on the outside of that mess that people call church. I'm glad I'm part of church, and you're part of the church, and we can fellowship together, and we can.
Oh, that's he's a crazy old Amish guy. Crazy old Amish guy. Crazy old Amish guy. Yeah, crazy old.
Do we have that clear? I certainly hope so. There are two. This is elementary, people. You want a little gold star for getting your lesson right? Okay, class. And the time all here. Now, wouldn't that be kind of strange? John was there spelled differently. Fight the devil. Or just, what's going on here? You're being attacked by the devil. All right? You have to be vigilant. You have to be ready for that time. He's trying to devour you, trying to mess you up. Verse 9. Whom resist, steadfast in the faith, knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are in the world. There are brethren that are going through it. You're not all alone. Don't feel that the Lord has abandoned you when times get tough. He hasn't abandoned you. All right? What you need to do, and I've seen this thing, like I said, every single time I go into this time where it's just like it goes, and it's bad, and I'm not sleeping good at night, I'm having arguments, my son's acting up, things are just falling apart, I can't, if I'm trying to get something done, I can't seem to get to it, and whatever else. Every single time that happens, I've found that the quickest way to get out of it, first of all, pray. The Lord can lighten the load, but if that doesn't seem to be working, if it doesn't seem like wow, I'm praying here, Lord, and it keeps going on and on and on. What you do at that point is you start to attack the devil hard. So what do you mean? Well, we've had times in the past where we've been attacked, and what we'll do is, I remember the one time we had this really bad spiritual attack time, and I was like, you know what? Let's get in the car and let's go, and we're going to go to a store and we're going to track the whole thing. Just going to put tracks out just everywhere. Put them in cases of beer. Put them in books, wicked books in the book section and things like this. So we did. You saw my video where we were being attacked by this wicked cult building, this Pentecostal cult building across the road. They had this rock concert, and the police were called. The police said, we're not going to do anything about it. So I said, okay, let's leave. Let's go do some tracking. Fight back. You say, well, brother, I can't go out and do some tracking. Okay, here's what you can do. Find the most wicked atheists or whatever else here on YouTube, and go and post some scriptures in the comment section. Not get into debates with them, whatever else. Just post some scriptures about them being judged.
Crazy old Amish man.
All right. Post some scriptures about how that Jesus, came not for the righteous, but to call sinners to repent.
He's just a crazy old Amish man. Crazy old Amish man. He's a crazy old Amish man. Crazy old Amish man. Amish Mafia!
So again, turn against the Amish will hold your family hostage. All right? You have not. Still, our horse and buggy, they both still have all the ordnung, a lot of the rules and things. Am I Amish? Yes, I am. We're in both communities.
See? He's Amish. He's a crazy old Amish man. 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 Yeah, fight him. He can take
hard. So what do you mean? What you do at that point is you start to attack the devil. Wow, I'm praying here, Lord, and it keeps going on and on and on. The Lord can lighten the load, but if that doesn't seem to be working, if it doesn't seem like, I've found that the quickest way to get out of it, first of all, pray. Right? What you need to do, and I've seen this thing, like I said, every single time I go into this time where it's just like it goes, and it's bad, and I'm not sleeping good at night, I'm having arguments, my son's acting up, things are just falling apart, I can't, if I'm trying to get something done, I can't seem to get to it, and whatever else. Every single time that happens, he hasn't abandoned you. You're not all alone. Don't feel that the Lord has abandoned you when times get tough. There are brethren that are going through it. Verse 9, whom resist, steadfast in the faith, knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are in the world. He's trying to devour you, trying to mess you up. You have to be vigilant. You have to be ready for that time. All right? Devil. You're being attacked by the devil. Or just, what's going on here?
Yep. What's going on? Crazy old Amish guy. Crazy old Amish man. Crazy Amish man. Amish man rising.
We're probably saying, Shem, it says, are you worried about not eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Jesuits and the Dominicans and the Franciscans and the Catholic priests. It's an order within Catholicism. Mike Hoggard or anybody else out there that believes this way, because these guys are supposed to be been watching pornography for the last hour. Going to do a sermon today on all right, going to do a real quick video here answering the question that the sodomite agenda.
It's Catholic pride.
Now, it doesn't take a whole lot of study for an atheist or anybody who tries to defend atheism to look through what would be called church history, secular church history. And if you type in the word Christian, you can do just a very simple Google search, type in Christian, it'll come up with Roman Catholicism. And that's where most atheists will stop with their research. Christianity is Roman Catholicism. Roman Catholicism has started lots of wars, including Adolf Hitler, all these different things. I mean, again, that's a fact of history, by the way. Franz von Papen from Nazi Germany signed a concordant with the Vatican, Pope Pius XII, before the war started. So I'm not just making that up. And, Protestants do it too. Catholics and Protestants. Protestants, if you're not aware of this, if you're an atheist and you haven't really studied this, the Protestants were people who protested. They were Catholics that protested certain abuses of the hierarchy of their organized religion, Roman Catholicism, the Vatican. And so they protested it, and they formed their own little miniature Vaticans out there. I'm not part of either one. And the Bible doesn't support either one either. Talk more about that later. But you see, most atheists is, number one, all Christians are or support hypocrites, pedophiles, and murderers. Okay? And I've gotten that thing for years and years and years. If you're a Christian, then you support all the wicked stuff that organized religion does. All right, I want to talk to you today about 3 logical fallacies of atheism.
See? Amish man did it again. He is Amish man.
Now, it doesn't take a whole lot of
Amish man.
exposing that King Gail Ripplinger. And I'm going to be Exus Receptus and the Dean Bergen Society. It's a book by Dr. Phil Stringer. He's from YouTube. I did get married here. Well, there you have the reason for have convinced me that I need to say something else, because this guy's a lot more dangerous than I had previously realized. Andrew Snake said that he is, just my wife and I were late, but Andrew Snake said, go down and do the sodomites, the perverts out there.
Yep. He said he's his wife and I. Crazy old Amish guy. Crazy old Amish man. Crazy old Amish man.
Whole life, and God later he grants you repentance, and then you get saved later on. A false gospel will ask questions to me. I thank my brothers and sisters in Christ out there for doing some back and forth trying to answer people's questions. Praise the Lord, that's great. But I'm not going to read the replies for sake of time. But we're going to start out here with one claiming me to be a false preacher. Again, you can see it here. TF says, false teachers and false prophets will have the hottest place in hell. I agree, but I'm not a false prophet or a false teacher. Those preaching a false gospel will experience far worse torment than the worst pedophile serial killer. Beware, Denlinger, take heed. You preach another gospel, a lordship salvation gospel of hard believism. What's your proof for that? None. When have I ever said anything about lordship salvation? I've condemned lordship salvation. Lordship salvation is Calvinism. It's what John MacArthur teaches. Okay, of doing a whole bunch of good works and proving that you are meriting your salvation and cleaning up your whole life, and God later he grants you repentance, and then you get saved later on. I've never taught that. Okay, you're a liar. TF, you are a liar. Whatever your real name is, I don't know. We are saved by faith in blood and accepting Jesus Christ as our personal Savior. Exactly what I've preached for years and years and years. I've never preached that you don't have to have faith in Jesus Christ and that you can earn salvation through your own good works. I've never preached that. Who's inspiring you to lie like this about me? We are not saved by repenting of our sins. I never said you were. Turning over a new leaf or living a changed life. Never said you were. Those are proofs of salvation. That's what happens after you get saved. All right? After salvation. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? You might want to clean the wax out of your ears, or the cobwebs out of your brain, and hear me again. All right? You do works after salvation. I'll show you that here in a minute. Those are works. And grace stops being grace when you add works to it. I'm warning you, Denlinger. I hope you change your mind and get saved before it's too late. Okay, here we go. Ready? I'm going to get saved. I believe that Jesus died for my sins and that he is my personal Savior and that his death on the cross is enough to pay for my sins. I said that in sincerity and truth. Okay, I'm saved now, right? Oh, that's right. I have to stop preaching what I preach. Who's really teaching faith and works? If it's just belief, then I'm saved. But how would I convince you there, TF? How would I convince you that I'm genuinely saved? Perhaps by me saying I have a profession of faith and yet living in sin and not rebuking sin. Then I'd be a saved Christian according to you. I think you're the one that needs to be concerned about salvation. You know, there's a lot of people that claim to be saved, and yet it doesn't take. You look at the fruits that they're, of their profession, of their life, and it just doesn't line up. I should say that the fruit of their life doesn't line up with their profession. Ephesians chapter 2, verses 8 and 9. For by grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Absolutely, I've preached that verse over and over and over again. But look at verse 10. For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus unto good works, which God hath before ordained that we should walk in them. Why is it that you easy believers and heretics seem to leave that one out? Good works follow salvation. It's incredible. And of course this is supposed to be questions for me. And yet you're condemning me. But let me read you a little testimony of a saved man. Okay? Just read you a couple little quotes here. It says here, hence today I believe that I am acting in accordance with the will of the Almighty Creator. I am fighting for the work of the Lord. He believes in Jesus. Of course he believes in Jesus. This man that wrote that quote, he believes in Jesus. He says here, by the living God. Another quote there, by the living God. He says, I fell down on my knees and thanked heaven from an overflowing heart for granting me the good fortune of being permitted to live at this time. He praised to God. He believed in Jesus. He went to church. See, who was it? Hitler. Professing Christian. Obama's a professing Christian. He believes in Jesus. All these sodomite churches out there, they believe in Jesus. They put salvation messages on their websites and things like this. But they're saved, and I'm lost because I say salvation, and you're supposed to have a changed life after salvation. You're supposed to clean up those sins. You're supposed to come to God as a sinner, repenting of your self-righteousness and saying, I'm a wicked sinner, I can't save myself. That's why I put my faith in Jesus Christ, and you help me, Lord, to change my life after salvation. The Lord rebuke you, TF. I don't even know who you are, but you're off. All right, let's go on to the next question. We have Final Redemption says, what do you think about the cherub's description in Ezekiel 1, Ezekiel 10, and Revelation 4, and how Peter Ruckman associated those descriptions? Revelation commentary, Peter Ruckman showing the devil exactly as Baphomet Freemasonry. Thanks for this channel. It is really a blessing. Okay, good question. This is one where I would disagree with Peter Ruckman. All right, turn to Revelation chapter 4, verses 7 and 8. All right. You read the verses there. It says, and the first beast was like a lion, and the second beast like a calf, and the third beast had a...
He's just a crazy old Amish guy. Versus cow. Amish and the calf there. Amish and the calf.
We were sent this in the mail recently. Some friends of the ministry sent us this nice little gift here. And I'm going to show you some fun things inside here with the overhead camera. Let's take a look at this thing. Catholic Child's First Dictionary. See it there? The alphabet, of course. Catholic Child's First Dictionary. Let me zoom in here so you can see. Hill Obstat, imprimatur. It's recognized by the Catholic Church. Copyright 1954. This is pre-Vatican II. Okay. Zoom out here enough that we can see this thing pretty good. Now we're just going to go through this thing quickly. I thought this was interesting. Circus today. Well, it's a circus every day in Catholicism, but here you have A for a cross, after, airplane, airport, altar. Down here, the table on which Mass is offered. The priest stands at the altar. The altar is in front of the church. Catholic or Protestant. Angel, animal, apostle, a man chosen by our Lord and sent to spread his kingdom. All right. 8, apple 8. Away, baby, ball, baptism, barn. Baptism, the sacrament that takes away original sin. Chapter and verse? Of course not. By baptism we become children of God. Baptism is the first sacrament we receive, only if you're Catholic. Now, you have a children's dictionary picture book here. Now, what would be the most important thing central to the Christian faith? Well, that would be the Bible. So they're going to have it here because, see, we're in B now. We're going from A over here to now we're in B. So naturally, we're going to be heading into the place where they're going to talk about the Bible. You can be sure of that. Let's see what they have to say. Basket. Bear, B, behind, big. Wait a second, that it should be here. Bible. There's no Bible. Now, isn't it kind of strange for the church that Christ founded to have a child's first dictionary and not even include the Bible? But I was looking at this thing and I thought, okay, well, it's not under Bible, but it's probably under sacred scripture. I can almost bet you. So let's keep going. We'll see it there under the S section. You can be sure. Continuing. Bird, bishop, a priest consecrated as head of a diocese. That's scriptural. Black, bless. I mean, you can put black in, but you can't put Bible in. Bless, make or declare holy, call down the favor of God upon sweet Savior, bless us. Priest, bless the palms on Palm Sunday. And he blesses some other things too there. The Blessed Mother, the Mother of our Lord, the Blessed Virgin Mary. There she is with the 12 stars around her head. The Queen of Heaven, condemned in the book of Jeremiah, but we won't get into that, don't worry. Blue, boat, book. You can put an entry in for book, just don't put it in for Bible. Box, boy. Bus, cake, cap, car, cat. All these things are more important than the Word of God. You know, you don't want to put that in there. Catch, cult, scent, chair, child, children, Christmas, church, a building set aside for people to worship God. I thought that was interesting. Holy Mass is offered up in church. Yeah, okay. Circus clock. Coat, cold, collection, communion, the receiving of our Lord's body and blood. Holy Communion. In Holy Communion we receive the body and blood of Jesus Christ. Many people receive Holy Communion every day. You eat him. It's cannibalism. Right there. Confession, telling of sins to a priest to obtain God's forgiveness. Through confession, God takes away our sins. Yeah, in confession, we must be sorry for our sins. You tell a dirty reprobate pedophile here. And even if, let's just say for a minute that the priest is a really good guy and whatever else, he's still a sinner. All have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Confirmation, sacrament through which we receive the Holy Ghost. Sacrament through which we become soldiers of Christ. Well, pre-Vatican II Catholics, yeah, they were very much soldiers. They're still soldiers today, just in a different way. Contrition, sincere sorrow for having offended God. We should have contrition for our sins because they offend God. You go and you light your little candle thing there. Cow, cross, the holy symbol of Christ's death. Had different people say, should I wear a cross around your neck? I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Cross, crucifix, any image of Jesus hanging on the cross. Yeah. Anybody that says, well, the cross and the crucifix are the same thing in Catholicism. No, they're not. They're two different things. The crucifix is much holier to a Catholic. Cup, dance. Day, devil. A bad angel, Lucifer, Satan. It's interesting because they now sing masses to Lucifer. They saw it's the name for Jesus there. Well, the pre-Vatican II children's thing here, Lucifer is Satan. And by the way, he's not an angel, he's a cherub. But why be technical? Dictionary, a book of words and what they mean. So we have a book, we have a dictionary, but no Bible. Very interesting. Dig, dime, dinner, dog, doll. Dollar, back before they were banned, taken away in 1965, the silver dollar. All silver coins here in America. Door, down, dozen, draw, drawn, dress, drew, drum, duck. We're learning our ABCs here, brethren. Doug, Easter, Feast of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ. Well, some major issues there. We won't get into that. Car, cat, or ear, eat, egg. 8, elephant, 11, extreme unction, a sacrament which prepares the soul for death, the sacrament for very sick people. Chapter and verse. Don't need things like that. You don't need to look it up in the Bible. Don't even put the Bible in here. Face, family, farm, farmer, father, feet, fence, find, finger. Fire, fireman, fish, 5, flag, flew, flies, flower, flown, fly. Hey, you get that eagle to talk there, in Revelation chapter 14. Or is it chapter 8, I guess it is. I'm thinking of something else here. Chapter 8, Revelation. Foot found, 4, frog, fruit. You get if you've seen the last study there on the Amish witchcraft thing, that Albertus Magnus suggested burning a frog to ashes, and then the ashes will take hair off of your body wherever you put it. So that frog better jump real quick if he's in Magnus's presence, or any Catholic that follows him. Game, garden, gate, geese, girl. Glass, go, goat, God, the supreme being who made all things. It's like how he has a triangle behind his head. Gone, goodbye, goose, grandfather, grandmother, grass. Green, grew, grocery, groceries, grow, grown. Guardian angel, an angel who protects and guides everyone. We should pray to our guardian angel. I've had Catholics say, we don't pray to saints, we don't pray to guardian angels or things like that. Yeah, well, apparently somebody did. Hair, hand, handkerchief, hat. Head, heaven, the home of God, the angels, and the saints. Well, saved people are saints, not the Catholic smaller gods, lowercase gods or whatever. Hell, the home of those who die in mortal sin. The souls in hell never see God. Not true. They go up at the great white throne judgment before going to the lake of fire for eternity. Help, hen, hill, hit. Holy Eucharist, the sacrament of our Lord's body and blood. Christ instituted the Holy Eucharist at the Last Supper. Yes, they do teach it is the literal flesh and blood. They'll say it's just an unbloody sacrifice. It's there, it's blood, but it's not really blood. But it is blood, but it's not. Yeah. Holy orders, the sacrament of the priesthood. Through holy orders, priests receive power to perform sacred duties. Yeah. Holy water, blessed water, a sacramental. Bob dipped his fingers in holy water and blessed himself. There, it's somewhere in the book of Acts, I think. Home, hop, horse, hot, house. 100. Ice cream, inch, Indian. A red-skinned person. Yeah, a lot of Indians would find that kind of offensive there. An Indian has red skin and black hair. Yeah. Ink. Inside in.
Guy's a funny guy. Aren't seeing any other crazy Amish guys. Acting crazy. Amish man. Live in Amish man world. Drunken Amish man. Well, watch the drunken Amish man.
There's a fire starting over there. Doesn't bother me. I got my groceries. I don't care, because after the rapture, who cares? I won't be here. They're talking about no. No. And it's in believers can question. And that fire is going to consume a lot of people. That's a real wise philosophy. So the future, even if all going to go to hell, and world saints are going to be meeting there. You know, it's been said before, and I'm going to say it one more time before I would answer that. People in the lake of fire. Yeah. Guess what? And you say, well, let me just tell you something. Who's used them more, God or the devil? Has Satan used? What did you just say? Well, let me ask you a counter question to that. Huh? Is that something that a good done checking out and you're walking out and you look back and you see in the corner there's a fire starting. And you go, there's a fire starting in the Babel buildings. Let people, it'll give you a door of opportunity. Lay them around, okay?
Where the manatee swims, a tale unfolds of chili cheese and sins. Dawn's mistake, a storm in the night. Now the manatee rises, ready to fight. In the depths, where the shadows creep, manatee stirs from his restless sleep. The situation boils, the rage ignites, a feast of fury in the cold blue lights. No cheese on the chili, what a disgrace. The manatee's rage you can't erase. Dawn's mistake, it cuts so deep. In the heart of the night, no one will sleep. Oh dawn, you're gonna pay for the sins of yesterday. The manatee's wrath, it won't subside. In this madness, there's nowhere to hide. The situation's twisted, reality bent. Manatee's fury, a tidal wave sent across the sea of broken dreams, where chili without cheese is more than it seems. A feast denied, a hunger untamed. Dawn's betrayal, forever named. In the book of mistakes, the chapter's grim. Manatee's vengeance, it's time to swim. Dawn, you've crossed the line. No cheese, no peace, it's time to resign. Manatee's coming with a storm in his eyes. Chili without cheese, now hear the cries. In the silence, the situation grows. A tale of chili and unspoken woes. But Dawn, don't you see what you've done? Manatee's wrath has just begun. Oh Dawn, you're gonna pay for the sins of yesterday. The manatee's wrath, it won't subside. In this madness, there's nowhere to hide. In the deep, where the manatee waits, a reckoning comes, it's sealed by fate. Dawn's mistake, a price so steep. Now in the darkness, we all where to hide. Manatee's
There's a fire starting in the Babel buildings. There's a fire starting over there. Doesn't bother me. I got my groceries. I don't care, because after the rapture, who cares? I won't be here.
Oh, funny. The crazy old Amish guy. Uh-oh. Crazy old Amish man. He's the mayor.
Well, there you have the reason for my absence from YouTube. I did get married here back in May, and so that's why I've been away from YouTube now for quite some time. And right here behind me is another reason. Right there is another reason why I have been not making so many videos, because the old computer room that we had here wasn't really doing the job, and so I needed a bigger computer room, you know, for more computers and stuff like that. So we built this new building here. You can see back in there that the, you know, dirt's still dug up and everything else. We still have a lot of work to do here on the property. You can't see it, but behind you there's firewood racks. I still need to do the year's firewood, so a lot of work to do here that's non-ministry related. But I am planning some videos here in the not too distant future. I do have a video. I was trying to find the book, but everything's all confused right now with trying to reorganize the rooms and everything. It's a book by Dr. Phil Stringer. He's from the Dean Bergen Society, and he's one of these guys that he'll defend the Textus Receptus, and he'll kind of defend the King James Bible, but the King James isn't perfect, and it's kind of hypocrisy. That's the name. Her name's Mrs. Denlinger. There, sorry. So what's her name? Doesn't matter. Her name, a lot of responsibilities to married life as opposed to single life, like I had for 36 years. But God's blessed me with a really wonderful nope. As I get time, I'm going to try to work on the video. Like I said, I have had a lot of things going. Any of you out there that are married, you understand that. You know that there's a Denlinger, and it's an idiotic book attacking. So he'll defend the Textus Receptus and Dean Bergen Society. It's a book by Dr. Phil Stringer. He's from the not too distant future. I still need to do the year's firewood, but behind you there's racks. And right here behind me is another reason. Right there is here back in May. I did get married. My absence from YouTube. Well, there you have the reason for, so that's going to be it. Thank you again to everybody who's been very supportive of the ministry, and Lord willing, you'll be seeing some new videos coming up soon. So that's it.
What is the future of quote-unquote church buildings?
Okay, what's the future of church? Well, if you read your Bible, Revelation chapter 13, it gives you the future of worship. Okay.
What I've been doing is I've been putting all of the older YouTube videos that I recorded over the last couple of years, I put them on DVD. I've had numerous requests to do this, and different people. I realize a lot of people don't have access to high-speed internet. I've had different people say, you know, I have relatives that live out in the country or wherever. They don't have DSL out there. They have no ability to watch these videos on YouTube. Is there any way that I could put these on DVD, or you could put them on DVD, whatever? And so, alright, I've had numerous requests to do this. I'm getting over a cold right now, so don't mind my voice, but a lot of people have asked me to do kind of a tour of the bookshelf here, so that's what I'm going to do. Try to get through this as quick as I can.
Do not go to... Nope. Nothing will bring sodomy in my country, buddy. So the best way to do it is to get people into sodomy. Come unto me. Anybody, whosoever will, let him come. See? It doesn't make any sense. What if the body's coming? Okay. Yeah, right. Prove it. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Sure. Look what else. Fire from heaven didn't work. Do we have that clear? I certainly hope so. There are two. This is elementary, people. You want a little gold star for getting your lesson right? Okay, class. And the time all here. Now, wouldn't that be kind of strange? John was there spelled differently. So the best way to do it is to get people into sodomy. Nothing will bring God's wrath on a country quicker than sodomy. You say, well, man, there's a lot of sodomy in my country. I better go to another country. Take the gamble. You know, these sex perverts out there, these dirty, filthy sex perverts, is there a level that's going too far? Perversion is wonderful. And I often think to myself, you know, I have to become a Christian now. That isn't going to burn forever and ever and ever. And that's a whole other thing that you're going to hear. Not at all true. Okay? Simple. Oh, no, you haven't proved. Go on to somebody else. My title is that. Create no other choice. The evidence is just so overwhelming. I have to become a Christian now. That isn't going to burn forever and ever and ever. And he wants to bring as many people with him as he can. So the best way to do it is to get people into sodomy. Nothing will bring God's wrath on a country quicker than sodomy. You say, well, man, there's a lot of sodomy in my... Children do not go to... Nope. Nothing will bring sodomy in my country, buddy. So the best way to do it is to get people into sodomy. Come unto me. Do we have that clear? I certainly hope so. There are two. This is elementary, people. You want a little gold star for getting your lesson right? Okay, class. And the time all here. Now, wouldn't that be kind of strange? John was there spelled differently.
The time has come to talk about...
Hi, everybody. That's crazy. We'll watch some more crazy stuff by the Amish people. We'll watch Amish and the Witch.
Ministry. Why?
Actually, is not a problem for me at all. But I will say,
For you supporters of Ken Hovind out there, I mean, what in the world is going on here? It's weird.
hate to burst your bubble,
Himself to the Pope and the Vatican.
is not a warlock. Well,
That Hovind said that he was
hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings,
income or property since he was employed by because I obviously got some people really exceptions to the rule of eternal security. All Pope. All right. Well, here we are, late October, early November, and November 2008, talent for drawing in weird people. Okay. First one we have here is Edward Hara. Okay, so the Bible. Don't get to read the book. Never mind what the Bible says, you know. Picture up here, it says, Con Man. Take a look-see at his King James Ministries is moving upload. He says that he has a film studio.
All Yours blog. Hi, Mrs. Anderson here from the Are They All Yours blog with my beautiful little sidekick, Chloe. Thank you for everyone who participated in the Q&A today. I am sorry that it went so ridiculously long. If you submitted a question, you have to listen through 2 hours of material before you get to yours. There were also several unanswered questions. I apologize for that. It did give me an idea going forward, though. I have for the last couple of years not been able to blog as much as I would like to, just simply because of time constraints, not having enough time to sit down and type up blog posts. So I was thinking what I should do is...
Aiden?
Hello.
This lady, that's Steve Anderson's wife.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, what do you think of that? Is that crazy?
Yeah, that sure is crazy.
She has her own, last I checked, she has her own, YouTube channel.
Oh, does she?
Yeah,
Neato.
what do you think of that? That's Steve Anderson's wife.
I think I'm pretty tired. Me and Scooby just went on an epic hour-and-a-half long walk.
Do you know Orange State University?
I
Oregon
do
State
not.
University? There's some guy on a comment on the channel asks, there any idea why Mark Stoney somebody abandoned his channel? Huh?
What?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he asked her any idea why Mark Stoney abandoned his channel. Do you know that?
Where is it? Is it in the stream he said that?
It said on my Brother Pike on the PG show.
Oh, I see.
On the PGs. He was in there a little bit. He didn't say anything that kicked him.
That's pretty funny, I
How
must say.
are you today?
Oh, I'm pretty good. I'm just a little burnt out from this big old long walk I took with Scooby, but otherwise... Oh, why did I abandon my channel? Maybe that's what he was asking, Mark.
Yeah.
I don't think Mark abandoned his channel.
His channel bandit.
Aiden is a Jesuit secret agent. I wish, Chuck. Then they'd actually have me on a payroll. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I've said before, if someone wants to drop a few $1 million in my lap, my morality is for sale. I haven't really abandoned it. I just haven't had the motivation to stream or make videos. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, Mark.
Yeah, some guy asked that on one of my videos.
I see.
Miss Outcast,
Hello.
how are you?
There goes the neighborhood.
Yes,
you know
sir.
what happened earlier? It was messed up. Between
what
Dan and Claude.
No, what happened?
Dan.
Oh,
Go ahead.
so Claude and Dan were having their usual back and forth, and through some means, Dan or Claude brought up. I think Claude called Dan a little girl or something like that, or the word "little girl" got brought up in some context by Claude, and Dan just replies with, "Oh, I'm sure you would love looking at little girls, Claude," or something like that, to that effect. It's just like, why are you even thinking about that?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I think it has something to do with Kent Hova.
Oh, you called Kent Hovind a little girl?
No, he said that.
Oh, when he poured the water on the girl.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
And then Lupin was going like, "What did he say? He never admitted to doing that." And I was like, "Yeah, he did. He literally said it on video." And like, oh, where? Like, if you like played it the exact video, that would actually change Lupin's mind at all whatsoever. Like,
no.
It was messed up. Claude was angry.
he's always asking for people to remind him of things, even though I know for a fact he's aware of it. He's just trying to divert the conversation and get people off topic while they're trying to look for the thing to support their argument. Nobody needs to prove themselves to Lupin. It's a waste of time. It's an exercise in futility, because even if you do provide the evidence, Lupin's just basically go, well, no.
Which, of course, is the best argument. We all know that.
It's true. I mean, they've been able to. They've basically been using it as a crutch for over a year now. So
Yep.
I guess there's some kind of merit to it.
It's not a good merit, but I mean, it's something.
I've heard Swedish girls are demons. No, you're thinking of Danish girls, Chuck.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Chuck, get your country straight.
Yeah. Sweden is the best place on earth, and I have nothing but love and support for the Swedish people.
Don't say that.
It's great because it's one of those moments again where she's waiting for the other shit to drop and it doesn't, and she's just like, no. The Pavlovian conditioning is fully in place where I can literally compliment Deviant's country at this point. She's like, no, I reject this. Oh God, don't say that. It took a long time. It took months and years, but it's here.
It did, but you have done a very good job. I have to give it to you.
Thank you.
You know, it's short and concise.
I got a video of had Steve Anderson's wife on it, holding a baby.
Well, I guess she's been holding quite a lot of babies in her days, but from what we know now, she shouldn't.
This is an old video, but yeah, it was crazy. Let's see how old this video is. 7 years old. Is that weird? 8. Are you a gnome?
I am a gnome. That is true. No, that's the source of me and Bubblegum Gun's rivalry, is that he's exposed my people and our existence, and I can't tolerate that. He's going to be put down very soon.
Yeah, Lordship? You ever heard of that? Lordship Salvation?
Oh, Not Missing Mod is here. Oh boy.
But have you guys ever heard of that? What about you, Aiden?
I have not.
Lordship Salvation, no.
The crazy Amish guy thinks that what Catholics, what's it called? Calvinists. I like to ask Mark and Brother Pike, do they believe in that? Oh, okay, then I should visit Denmark instead of Sweden.
No, Chuck, don't go to Denmark.
I think I know what he's asking for.
I think so too, but I could never, in good conscience, tell anyone.
You don't know what he's
anyone
asking for.
I respect.
You know what, Christian? You know what I do know? That you don't know nothing about nothing, Christian. You don't know nothing about nothing. You know what's coming out of your mouth, Christian? It ain't nothing but a bunch of flim flam. It ain't nothing but a bunch of driggle draggle.
Also true.
It ain't nothing but a bunch of hocus pocus, boy.
Now
That's all that's
that's
coming out of your
uncalled
mouth.
for. That's uncalled for. But I,
No, I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry,
want you
but
to
all
see
three
something.
were earned.
I want you
I
to
have
see something. Logan, where do you think I am right now?
Mars.
Tire swing, baby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm riding
tire
this tire swing.
swing.
Boy. I'm
it's
riding it.
the joy of a
Ah!
child. Where the boys might think you're feminine.
Tire swing, baby.
I do genuinely think Christian spends at least an hour on this tire swing each
You
day.
think I only spent an hour on this? Are you insane?
Or
Dad, can I have a turn? Get gone, boy.
I have
Oh
a
no, they're,
question
they're
for you,
not
brother.
getting a turn. Like it's not gonna happen. Now watch this. Yeah, yeah. Help me, help me, Aiden.
I'm on my way,
Aiden.
Christian. I'm on my way.
Ah, I'm so
Brother Mike,
dizzy.
I have a
I'll be
question
there
for
any day.
What'd you say, Logan?
I have a question for you. Do Calvinists believe in lordship salvation?
Do they believe in what?
Lordship salvation.
Are you saying
Lordship
lordship?
salvation. They're saying that you need Adam Lore in order to attain salvation.
Oh, I hope not. I hope we don't believe in that. I don't know. I need to switch camps if we're doing
So,
that.
so what the crazy Amish guy said.
This swing is amazing.
Wow.
Oh.
I don't. What does that mean, Logan? I'm not really a Calvinist. I don't know all the terms. You have to tell me what that means.
I have no idea what the crazy Amish man said.
Christian, why don't you just get
Oh,
back to swinging on that tire swing, boy? This is
you
beyond your
think
pay
I ever
grade.
quit? Like, oh, it's so fun.
This is the guy who asked that.
The crazy Amish guy.
No, not the Amish guy. He asked about why did Mark banded his channel.
I don't.
Am I blocked on this channel? You are not blocked. Oh my goodness, it's the Christopher Pike.
He's here.
Yep.
He's
I'm
here.
going to
He's
Quick Trip.
here.
I do go to Quick Trip. Get out of my life. I'm switching to racetrack. I'm switching to racetrack.
You know what, Christopher? I'll be right there. I gotta go save Chris. I gotta go save
Look,
Christian
we're about
first.
to get this tire swing and pull it as high up as I've ever pulled it. Oh, stay with me on this journey as we take it together. Ah! All right, look, this is it. Yeah, help me, Aiden, help me. Oh my god. Oh man, so we're getting a lot done at the office today, as you can see.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I don't
love
know
that
the
tire
answer
swing.
about lordship. I don't know the answer to that. But I'll tell you this. I do believe in salvation because I feel as though I'm experiencing it when I'm on this tire swing.
You feel just that little bit every time you swing a little bit higher, you feel just a little bit closer to the Lord,
Look at the
don't you,
branch.
Christian?
It's going to break and kill us all.
Joy of a child.
I got it. Look at this branch. Like, how does it hang in there? I know it's going to break.
I imagine he like cuts to the base of the branch and it's hanging on by a single splinter. It's just like
I'm swinging
What?
by faith.
Aiden, what if Brett Keane sat on that?
You know, it's funny because there's a song called Jesus Take the Wheel, and Christian is literally swinging around on a giant deflated wheel as we speak. So, that really says a lot.
Ooh.
Look, this is a motorhome tire. This ain't no small tire. Oh, there's a giant evil spider of the dead. Look at this.
Look at this. It's one of God's abominations that he banished to one of the corners of the earth with which man should never have ventured. Look.
You see him?
You should go get Tammy out there and show her that.
There's a praying mantis out here too. What are you doing, praying mantis? You don't belong here. I mean, I guess you do.
How do you know that tire isn't his monastery, boy?
Right now he's looking at this size 10.5.
You leave him alone. You leave that man alone.
Oh, One more swing for the books, boys.
We
Are
here
we
at the
gonna?
Gangster Ghost channel are pro-environmentalist, and we do
Are
not
we?
appreciate you. Yeah, that's
Because
right.
this tire is
That's
made
right.
of like what, petroleum, maybe. Ah!
Christian tried setting that tire on fire,
There's
but
so
then
many
when he
spiders.
wasn't able to set it on top, when he
Oh,
wasn't able to set it on fire, he decided,
Uh-oh.
"Oh, I'm just gonna let the kids swing around on it."
what a
Uh,
lovely day in America.
our truck is going to go to Greece on November 7th.
He should, and so he shall.
Yeah.
Wow, you land in Greece November 7th, Father Charles. Are you doing a cage match against Achilles on top of Mount Olympus? Is that still happening?
I'm into that.
I hope so.
I do too.
Two
I
bikes
do
enter,
too.
one bike leaves. Ah, oh, here goes the spin. Ah!
I think he's
I
going
mean,
after.
unlike a theological debate, I feel like a dirt bike race is something where Achilles would have a chance at against Father Charles. So,
Wow.
there is that.
The pale horse is the green horse. It's the white horse. So it clears that up.
Oh.
Who ever heard of a green horse rider?
Uh-oh. This is what's
Christopher
happening.
Pike. I'm wearing cut off jeans and having a beer at the the Whistle Post Tavern.
You think I'm having a beer of all people? It's the best impersonation you got, Christopher Mike.
That's Christopher Pike.
Oh, it goes so fast. Ah! Help me.
Christian, I have it on good authority that not only did you used to drink beer, but you used to drink
Yeah,
good quality beer at that.
that is true. And now I
He's,
feel as though I've been drinking it again because of the spins. Oh, oh. This tire swing. I just know that branch is going to break and it's going to be the end of my life. Oh,
wow. You have a joy of a child
I'm so
forever.
dizzy.
Yes.
I'm so dizzy.
All right, you're right.
Yeah. Look at what a lovely day it is out today.
It is quite a nice day, and I'm going to be taking advantage of that very soon here. It's going to be like one of the last warm days of the year in Canada, so.
It's
It's
like
49 for
72 and windy. It's so nice. And there's 4,000 fish. Look at these fish.
Wow.
Hey, I'm going to feed him. You
Wow.
want to see me feed the fish?
Oh.
Oh, the fish food's gone. Son of a gun. You'll have to starve fish.
Is it the Jesus fish?
There's so many fish. Look at them. No, these are fish right here.
Oh. Um,
Christian, do you see the gas money to the next trip to the church in that fish's mouth? Do you see that?
That, man, gas is getting high. I'll tell you that.
That's what I'm saying. So you better find a lot of money in that fish's mouth.
Brother Pike,
Yes, sir.
what do you think of the Jesus fish symbol? Is that all right?
I just don't really care about stuff like that, like crosses and Jesus fishes and all that kind of stuff.
Oh.
I don't say whether it's all right or not. I'm just not interested in it.
Oh.
He thinks it's idolatry.
Idolatry. That's that fish idol.
That's right.
Oh, it's such a nice day
Well,
out.
would
I'm
you
enjoying
say,
watching these.
Christian, that Jesus is God of the sea?
You know, that's a fantastic phrasing that I like a lot that makes him sound like Poseidon.
I'm
Hey, look
just
at this dog.
asking, do you think
Dog
that
ain't
Jesus is
fantastic.
God of the sea?
Look. Look at him.
Look at this guy.
That's the most good for
Oh my
nothing
goodness,
dog I ever
look
met.
at this little fella.
Cookie,
Ain't good for it.
cutie. See,
Oh my
God
God.
doesn't like it when you talk like
You
that,
show
Pike.
you show that dog again on screen. I want
Oh,
Scooby to
I
meet
see
them.
a
Hold on, I'm trying.
Scooby. I see a
I got to get
Scooby.
reconnected. Hold on.
I see a little Scooby dog.
He's a little Scooby boy.
Yes. He's very tired.
He's very sleepy after his walk. He is.
Yeah.
He's having a Scooby
Oh.
nap. He's a sleepy do right now.
Yes.
Oh.
A very sleepy do.
Did you get Scooby snacks?
You know, it's funny that you say that because his Scooby snacks are right here.
Oh.
Ooh.
So yes, he does indeed have Scooby snacks, and he did get Scooby snacks.
Hmm.
Where did Brother Pike go?
Oh, he had to reconnect.
That dog made him disconnect. I tell you what, it's way too cute.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine going on the tire swing when that dog is wandering around. Imagine not just like spending all your time petting that dog.
I would do both.
Hey, look,
Just
I'm
have
gonna
him
get
on your
Marvin.
lap.
Hold on.
Yep.
Marvin, come here.
Hey, you
Come
show
here.
Marvin.
His name's supposed to be Astro, but I just always rename their pets, so now he's Marvin. Look, Baba, look at this dog.
Oh,
Oh,
Look
oh
at
my
him.
Scooby, say
goodness.
hello.
He's starving Marvin. Look at
Hello,
that
Marvin.
dog.
My name is Scooby.
That's starving Marvin. They're like the same dog. We have the same dog.
We do have the same dog.
Oh my
Mm-hmm.
god, my dog smells bad. Does your dog smell bad?
No, Scooby had a bath yesterday. He smells pretty good.
This dog smells rough, boy. Ugh,
Hold on,
almost
show
like got off
Marvin
my
again. I want
Baja
to see him.
Blast.
I was too busy showing Scooby. Show
Oh,
Marvin again.
Marv, here. You can see how much he's starving just from the
Put
picture.
him on full screen. There we go.
Marv,
Oh,
look,
look at that
yes.
guy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's his Baja Blast.
You always got that Baja Blast, boy, I
This
tell
one's
you.
Marvin's. Look, hey, boo. He's just like staring at
You
the
better
fish,
drink
like, hey,
all that,
fish.
boy. Those don't come
He
cheap.
watches
Christian
the
probably
fish
got
like
it
he's
from
gonna
the.
jump in there, and I'm like, do it. Oh, there's a cricket. I can feed it to the fish.
Why did you sound so much like George Bush when you said that?
Yeah, I believe that the human being and the fish can coexist peacefully.
Christopher Pike has come with another piece of wisdom here in the chat. The TULIP acronym was developed in the 20th century to describe the 5 points made in the cannons of Dort in 1618 to 1619. Chew on
Who
that,
cares?
heathen.
Nobody
Thank you,
cares.
Christopher Pike. Thank you, Christopher Pike. We appreciate that.
No, we don't.
Yeah, I do. I do. Tell you what, Marvin, you better appreciate that Baja Blast. You probably got it from the Quick Trip earlier.
Oh my, almost. Oh, so pretty out. I'm never working again.
What I love about Christopher Pike is that he never overuses. He's always very reserved in what he says. You
You
know,
know what
he
I
doesn't
love about him?
overdo it.
Guess what I love about him?
Everything,
I'll give you
everything
a
about
hint.
him.
You can count the things I love about him on no hands. Why does my
He's your
profile
biggest
picture look
fan.
like that? Look at my
He's-
picture. I'm like derp 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 derp. Why?
it looks like your future mugshot.
That's an actual picture of Christopher Pike.
Christopher Ryan Pike was booked today on 18 counts of Chinese food shoplifting.
What the
Here's his picture.
can't rob from a society that always barters?
It's racist, Christian.
Probably.
It's racist.
I take it back, Chinese.
Better.
Don't hit me with the Wuhan. What? Look at old
You're on thin
Marvin.
ice, Christian. You're on thin ice.
Get him, Marvin.
Look at this little guy. Look at this little fella.
Say hey. Yo, flea bag, good for nothing.
How about you be quiet and you go and give him the love that he deserves?
He doesn't deserve it. That's the problem.
No, but he
If I gave
does
him the
though.
love that he deserved, I'd never speak to him again.
He's an adorable little guy, and he deserves that love. And
Go smell
Deviant
him
will
one
back me
time.
up on this.
I
Go
do.
smell
I
him one
do.
time. I'm riding the tire swing again.
You should get Marvin to ride the tire swing is what you should
It's
do.
not a bad idea, but I
Hmm.
feel like he doesn't want to.
How do you know if you haven't asked him?
I'm
Right?
tired of
Like he's
talking to
probably
him. He's
sitting
got an
there the
attitude
entire
most of
time
the
going
time.
like, man, I wish I could go on that tire swing. But Christian's just
Hmm.
like, oh, he doesn't
Look,
want to go on.
Astro, come here. You want to ride the tire swing? Hey, come back. No, he's out.
The
He's deuces.
Christian Trout is back.
Really?
Said, stop being mean to dogs. Better
You
knock it
know,
off,
Missing
Christian.
Mod said a long time ago that we're all Christian Pike, and I didn't understand at the time what she meant, but I get it now. But I bet y'all ain't got no tire swing.
That is true.
I mean, look how majestic I look with like the sun just shining in my hair on the side.
I did not know that fact about the tulip, Deviant Outcast.
Oh,
That is my favorite flower, so thank
My
you for the
picture's back.
fact.
mine too.
It's such a pretty flower.
I know. I just love them.
Ooh, such a good flower.
Second favorite being the sunflower, but
I like
tulips
the
are just
sunflower.
fantastic.
Hmm.
All right, I gotta get back to work for whatever reason.
What do you mean work, boy? What's your work? What do you go? What do you do for a living?
I'm so far
Work.
behind because I keep swinging on the tire swing instead of working for it.
Don't leave us. We're
I have to
lazy.
leave. But look,
That is the
everyone,
work in question
we're
that he's
doing
talking
part
about.
2. Hold on, let me get the sunshine. We're doing part 2 of the Satan teaching tomorrow. So if you want to walk in the sunshine like this, then join us tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
To
Look at
talk
that. That's a
about
good shot.
Satan.
That's a good shot right there.
Wow,
No.
that
Is that
was a really
Halo?
beautiful.
You see that Halo?
That was a really. Yeah, I do.
That's how you can
That's
tell the
it's Saint
anointing.
Pike.
That's how you can
It's
tell the
Saint
anointing is
Pike.
present with me. All right, peace.
Meanwhile, your
Okay.
phone camera is just going like the sun's like frying it.
He disappeared.
All those people pointing their phone cameras at the eclipse. I knew one of the most common, the two of the most common Google searches after the solar eclipse would be, "Why do my eyes hurt?" and "Why does my phone camera no longer work?" And surely enough,
Oh, thanks to you.
we really are just a bunch of hairless
Yes, we are.
shaved apes, I should say.
Oh.
I don't
But
want. Not everybody is Mark Reed. Not everyone's a hairless ape. Some of us are shaved apes.
Right.
but he's Mark Reed. He's
He would about me. It's my birthday today.
I was gonna say it's his birthday.
His birthday.
he's 21 years old.
I'm gonna get Mark Reed for his birthday a brand new can of Dick Seal.
Of dick sealing.
That's right. He'll seal his dick right up. You ever notice during the early spring or, during the fall, you got a leaky dick? Well, if you have this dick sealant, it'll seal your dick right up.
You sound like that. What's his face? The douchebag who goes
Oh,
around and
Ray, were you
yes,
there? Were you there?
Oh,
I
The
was.
banana is the atheist's worst nightmare.
what's
I just
that?
Hey everybody,
remember.
Pastor
I
Steven
just
Anderson
remember at
here with
it's like 4:38 in the morning, and I just wake up in a cold sweat. Banana! Ah! Okay, everything's fine. Okay, it's fine. There's no
Fine, fine,
banana.
fine,
It's all
fine.
just stream above stream. Oh,
Aiden, welcome.
poor Scooby. He was sleeping.
Steve
No,
Anderson in the game.
Oh, Scooby, I'm sorry.
Is he banned from Canada too?
Steven Anderson.
Yeah,
I don't know. Is he?
but him and the gang are here to come to get Aiden.
Hey everybody, Pastor Steven Anderson here with a lot of the guys that are here for the
That's one of the guys who are whole uh host of his debate with Ken Holbein.
I just want to let everybody know that I had a nightmare last night. And this isn't even a joke. I had a nightmare that I had my teeth ripped out of my mouth one at a time.
Was it
And that was nowhere near as terrifying as having a nightmare about a banana. I just need to let everybody know.
was it Lupin who ripped your teeth out?
No, it wasn't Lupin. No, it had nothing to do with anybody in this community. It was just an awful, horrible nightmare that I really am glad is over.
Look at Steve Anderson and the gang. Him and his posse come here to get you, Aiden. What do you think of that?
What do I think of that?
Yeah.
I think I'd rather go back to talking about my nightmare.
Oh. Him and his boy.
Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious.
This Amish guy really doesn't like Catholics. He thinks they're out to get him.
All y'all is imposters. Christian, one of your kids steal your phone? What the heck?
Oh.
Is this? Did they pull a Dan Pozzi? Is one of your kids watching, and we don't even know now? Do we have to watch our language now, Christian?
How you can watch your language
Because it
type
would
in your words? Oh, sorry.
it would obviously be our fault if that were the case, and he didn't tell us.
Well, as Jordan B. Peterson, I just have to say that. Hold on, just one moment. I can't go through one video without breaking down horribly. No, but anyways, I just wanted to say that, Christian's kid that's watching right now, you need to clean your room. And more specifically, you need to clean your dad's room. All right? That's what the Bible says. You need to honor your mother and your father. And that means that you got to go do all their chores for them, bucko.
You sound like Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, that's kind of how Jordan Peterson sounds.
Are you in a relationship?
I'm gonna go pop a handful of benzos now.
Like this guy, a gangster man.
Mm-hmm.
Being from the hard, mean streets of Canada, I can say that if I came across that guy, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I've murdered several dozen women and thrown them into dumpsters and processed them into jackets for my own private collection.
Why?
But even that guy, gives me pause.
Why?
You don't mean to tell me that Jordan B. Peterson doesn't strike you as a guy that, like...
Aiden, isn't you're the Charles Darwin of Canada?
One moment, Jordan B. Peterson tells you after a seminar, meet me at the local cafe. And you go there, and you go to use the bathroom real quick, and all of a sudden your drink tastes a little funny. And you wake up all of a sudden, and you're down in Jordan B. Peterson's basement, and he says, according to the Neo-Malthusian concept of pain, I shouldn't be doing this right now. But at the same time, you need to understand that those sorts of concepts are something that are not beyond your pay grade. These are the strings that I am pulling now. They are my strings, and you will come to fear me as though I am God.
Is an illegal
The buzzsaw starts
not
on. This is the new serial killer meter. Peterson. It's a new serial killer movie on HBO.
Peterson?
Peterson.
Oh, do you know today, Joseph the tech guy is gonna have his own show?
You thought that he was just an internet motivational speaker. But this summer, it turns out that his past is a lot darker than you thought. Whee! Oh, man. I'm sorry, Gangster Ghost is trying to have a conversation with me, and I'm coming up with a screenplay.
Oh, that's all right.
Yes.
But guys, I'd like to ask Mark about the do Calvinists believe in lordship salvation, and what is lordship salvation?
Well, is Mark still in the comments?
Yeah, the crazy Amish guy said Calvinists believe that. He should know. He's the crazy Amish guy. Come on, Braden.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it makes me think back to the woke agenda. The woke agenda that's being pushed on everybody right now. it makes me think about how lordship salvation, it was a thing and it was a good thing, but then these woke leftists, the woke mind virus, it came and it took it over, and now all of a sudden
Oh, this is it.
you can't even go one moment without hearing about the woke mind virus. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to go to my trailer. Can you please send one of your female attendants to make sure you send her alone to come and check on me in a couple of minutes?
Yeah, then make sure put you into the mental institution.
So Mark answered.
Oh, shoot.
Lordship salvation teaches that true faith in Christ includes submitting to him as Lord. Genuine faith results in obedience and good works, reflecting a transformed life under Christ.
Oh, so do Calvinists believe that? Does
I
Aiden?
think that's pretty gay, yo. If you ask me, on
Joy,
the down low.
Joy Fun happy?
No, I'm talking 90s gay. I'm
Oh,
saying it in a disparaging context.
oh, so Joy Fun happy? Are you there?
Who's another good person that would be like really Dr. Phil. There's another guy that's really obviously a serial killer. I was just thinking that there's way too many people out there in this world that are bothering me. They're making fun of me. They're saying, "Oh, you're a baldy. You got a bald head." Well, let me tell you, when you're strapped up in my basement and there's nobody around to hear you scream because of the soundproofing in the walls, what are you going to say then?
What about Michael Moore?
Michael Moore. I mean, he could be
Uh,
Michael Myers.
Michael Moore? Michael Moron.
Oh, shots fired by Gangster Ghost.
What about this guy?
I mean, that guy is
That's
definitely a serial killer.
You're really on to this idea about serial killers today. Tell me more about your father.
Tell me more about your father.
Yeah,
What do you think about your father?
here to talk to you, help you out with your OCD over the serial killers. Tell me about your father.
No, no, no.
Well, uh, had they, uh, had you eat a lot of muffins today?
I can tell you in all honesty that I have not eaten any muffins this entire year so far.
So that's
What?
a good problem. You need to eat some
I don't think
muffins,
I've eaten one muffin yet this year.
and you could be the muffin man. But
Have you eaten any muffins, Deviant Outcast?
I'm here as
I I
Dr.
have one in my hand right now. It's a
Oh,
Oh my
lemon.
goodness.
Mm-hmm.
They got lemons in Sweden now? What the heck?
it's very
Yeah,
sweet there.
since like 150 years or so.
Have you talked to Joe the
They
tech
were first
guy?
imported into the country in the 17th century, Aiden, but that's alright.
But Aiden, have you talked to Joe the tech guy?
Joe the Tech Guy. I have not talked to Joe the Tech Guy. Although, yeah, actually, I had one exchange with him yesterday where he was on the Proverbs guys, like, Mark this, Mark Stoney this, Mark Stoney that, Mark Stoney said this, Mark Stoney didn't say that, Mark Stoney's a fake. And then I just go on there because I wasn't even on the show itself. I was just in the comments because I guess Steven forgot to ban me this week. But, I put there in the comments, I was like, because they were talking about Calvinism this and preterism that, and basically just talking about Mark's doctrines without Mark being there to defend himself for the 18,197th time. So I figured that I would just put in the comments, I was like, oh, okay, so we're just talking about Mark Stoney again the entire time? That's fun. And Joe puts in the comment section, he's like, Aiden assumes that all Calvinist and preterist BS is about Mark. Isn't that funny? And I'm like, you literally just mentioned him like 5 times in a row, but all right, Joe, you caught me. It's just, why? Why do they think that it's like, we're clearly not talking about Mark. We're just talking about things that only Mark really talks about within this community. Basically, misrepresenting his talking points.
Oh.
Yeah, they have a
Cass,
new policy. They're not going to attack the person.
Yeah.
yeah,
They're not going to attack the
Dan.
person. They're just going to say things that we all know only applies to one particular person, and then say that anybody that believes that is a flaming idiot. Gotcha.
Hmm. Yep.
Dan said last night everyone's unblocked, even Mark and you. Maybe even Miss Outcast.
How many
Maybe.
times have they had to declare that? I genuinely am curious. How many times have they had to say, everyone's unbanned, everyone's unblocked? How many unbanning waves have they had to do? Isn't it just easier to not ban people in the first place?
Well, you would think so.
Yeah, it just kind of saves like the whole little song and dance of I've been blocked for the 18,000th time on this channel, but no, this time I was told that I'm never allowed back again. So I know that's final. I'm not. That's it.
What if they blocked only part of your feet? What do you do then, Mister A10?
Mr. Eight Dens.
Yeah.
If that's
Why you
even your
sound like?
real name.
Why is it your name sound like you're 8 Dens? Why is that?
Because how do you know I'm not Eight Dens, Gangster
Could
Ghosts?
be.
Hmm.
Could it be? Well, I did a video about you being the Joker.
I'm a man of my word.
Yeah, I did a video where I turned you into the Joker.
Only our dear gangster ghost can do and say something like that and just be filled with kindness.
Oh, thank
Well, it's true.
I don't think Gangster Ghost is capable of insulting someone. I really don't. I don't
you.
think he has it within him.
Brother
I
Pie.
agree.
Now,
I've come
meanwhile,
here to
Christian
insult
Pike
on
is
his
an
behalf.
insult to the human race.
I've come here to insult on Logan's behalf.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
All y'all suck.
Christian,
thank you.
you've slapped me upon the face, and I'm going to turn the other cheek and
I
offer
would.
it to you, Christian.
You don't want the smoke, because where there's smoke, there's fire.
Oh,
All right, well, now that you've said that, I have now decked you across the face, and I hope that you turn the other cheek and
You
offer it so
called
that
my
I can do it
bluff.
again.
You called my bluff. There was no fire.
Christian, how about you come outside?
We already outside. Why don't
He
you come
is
Nah,
outside?
outside.
you ain't gonna
I've
come
been
outside,
outside. I
boy.
was
You
born
ain't gonna come
outside.
outside.
you're more outside.
Now, if you were outside, I'd be able to see you on Google Earth, son. You ain't outside.
I'm like a vampire. I gotta be invited inside.
You're like the Chernobyl nuclear reactor after it went through like critical meltdown. They had to build a sarcophagus around you just to make sure that you were like contained and didn't ruin the environment around you by your very presence.
I'm so far outside I can't even see the inside. I'm in the wilderness.
Oh, do you see any guys like him?
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, he's
Mark is
inside
asking me in
mostly.
Russian if I want to play Tarkov.
Oh yeah, Mark, don't speak Russian, you commie.
Mark,
Oh, guess who's
I'll tell
back?
you what. Who's
Is
back?
that
Oh
that
my
trout?
goodness.
Christian's back.
That's big talk from a little river fish.
He's back to get you. Oh,
Can't even
go ahead.
breathe salt water. Look at him.
Can't even breathe salt water.
Oh, Mark, can you come on the stream? We need to talk to you. I have some questions for you.
I have some questions for you.
I've got some
That's not
questions.
ominous. Mark, I'm gonna go out in a scoot because this is one of the last nice days of the year, and then we'll play some Tarkov. All right.
Oh, You tried to talk with the game with the monkey.
You called Mark. Did you say suka bliet at the end of that,
I really
Huh?
gotta scoot around.
Fabian Outcast?
Hmm.
But why did you say suka bliet?
Because it's true. You're yes,
Sucks.
I know, but I don't know what.
That's a good question.
I only suck for money.
Mark!
That's a really bad answer to that question.
Hello.
Oh, Mark, I have a question for you. Do Calvinists believe in lordship salvation?
I don't think that that is a doctrine that Calvinism teaches. I think it's a broadly held doctrine across a lot of different denominations.
Oh, that what the crazy Amish guy said.
Hold on. The real Christian Pike is in the chat
Why?
again,
Why?
and he says, some scholars argue that Reformed Baptists, who held many of the same beliefs as Reformed Christians, but not infant baptism, should be considered part of Reformed Christianity. You know, that's a good point. It's a good point, Christopher
He
Pike.
don't know that because I don't know that.
Because he's the real you.
Scooting
Yeah.
around Calgary. That is all you do is scoot around Calgary.
I
I was
will.
scooting around, always looking down.
Oh,
Scooting at the end
Calgary,
of the bay.
I'm
brother,
gonna scoot somebody.
Mark, uh, what happened between you and Joseph last night?
What?
Last night him and Joseph got into it in the comments. What happened, brother Mark?
Hey, give me a second. I'm gonna join on my computer.
Okay.
Mark's picking
Yeah,
on Joseph, giving him a hard time.
he's only thing he did. He said hi to him and he snapped at him. It was weird.
Happy Fish Day, says Nerdy Rodent. That's a good point. Happy Fish Day, Christian Trout.
You know that I can scoot somebody.
Brother Mike, are you a fish?
Have you been singing the whole song? All I had to do was just say scooting on the dock of a bay.
Hey,
Mark's back. We missed you.
missed
Mark,
you two guys.
what happened
Scooting
between
on
you and
over.
Joseph last night?
I don't think what happened between me and Joseph actually happened last night. I think that's
Oh,
just a result of him being bitter and callous towards things that I know about him,
Hmm.
and his general disposition about my doctrine as well, which he hates.
uh, he's having a show tonight.
Joe the sound guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, you and Joe should do another debate, Christian.
I don't know. I don't know anymore because I'm hearing stuff. I don't know about this stuff.
Why are
Yeah.
you sounding like Trump? That literally sounds exactly like a. I don't know. I've been hearing about stuff. I don't know about that stuff. It's
It was great stuff. I said, "What a great stuff this is."
I mean, it's great stuff. I don't really know.
I looked at the stuff. It was great. I said, "What a great stuff this is."
It sounds like Trump. It does.
Oh,
Look, I know stuff. I do. It's wonderful stuff. It's great. And how does this stuff work? Batteries? I don't know. Nobody really knows.
Never scoot a thing, baby. What?
yeah, and Brother Pike was on the show last night. He didn't say anything as though they're hiding, and they ended up kicking him out.
Oh, it sounds like you were hiding, Mark.
Oh, you,
Hiding.
Brother Pike?
Yeah. Oh, I was hiding. Dang, Skip.
Yeah, I couldn't
It's not
find
very
you.
skibbity of you, Christian.
Now, I
Yeah.
found you there. You didn't say anything, they just kick you.
They
Keep
walked
your
outside and I
storage
was not
straight.
present. I was not on the property.
Oh. Did you ever try to join, Mark?
No.
Oh, you sure?
Positive.
You have to scoot somebody.
Uh, yeah,
Christian, I'm gonna run you down with this scooter if you keep it up.
Someone like you.
Sitting on the dock because he's gay, I guess.
That's pretty good. That's pretty
I
good.
guess. I love the I guess. It's tentative. It's not quite confirmed at this
Lowest
point.
key song ever.
Well, he's gay, I guess.
That what Brother Mike said the other day. I made a song out of it.
Christian Ryan Pike is gay.
Yeah,
Cause he's sitting on the dock.
that's a bop.
That is. It
Uh,
So I just left work because I was sick of tire swinging.
is.
Like, when's
oh,
there going to be some me time, right? I had to drink Baja Mountain Dew from 12 to 1. I had to tire swing from 1 to 3. I had to go to the gas station and get snacks. Like, what about some me time? You know what I mean?
Have you gone into a Walmart with an illegal firearm and alcohol in your vehicle talking about how you're going to kill people though and then getting arrested? Have you done that with your day yet so far today?
I mean, not yet.
Then, I mean, how can anyone take you seriously?
Nobody takes me seriously.
This guy says he's an American and he hasn't even done that yet. Like,
I think what's his name did that J Dub. But that was
yeah, J Dubs. That's who I was referencing, and I mean, like J Dubs. That's an American right there.
I feel so sorry for all of you.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy. Yeah, Mark, would you ever debate Joseph, the tech guy?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't really debate.
Oh, look.
Me versus you, Mark, right here, right now.
Okay, let's go.
You're
What's the topic?
stupid.
Okay.
That's some weak
No,
sauce.
Oh, Mark, so Tim, his best,
I guess you win, Aiden.
so Tim, his best buddy is the guy he also knew about that guy Brian Dignature. He said he helped got him
Yeah,
out of the Steve
didn't
Anderson.
Tim say that he learned a lot from Brian Dinglinger, or whatever his name is?
Yeah, the crazy uncle.
Dingleberry.
Dingle Danger.
Ryan Dingleberry. You know he got called that in the 3rd grade relentlessly. Hey, Ryan Dingleberry! No, stop calling me that!
They used to call me Christian Dyke in like the 3rd grade. Legit.
Hey everybody, we got a new nickname.
How did that
Thanks.
make you feel?
Yeah.
Well, it didn't make me feel good, Mark.
Okay, okay. Just wanted to make
Tell
sure.
me us about your father.
It caused me to want to hurt others because that made me feel better about the hurt that I had experienced, and I perpetuated the hurt.
Oh, that's too bad.
That's why I beat Tammy to this day, black and blue. Like, I just, all the time, I'm whooping up on her.
Oh, I still.
Somebody better get that trout in here.
What do you say?
I have to get over what Tim told me on the show. What did he tell you? You can't just.
I listened to a little bit of that show, and they were talking about like the multiverse and how God sees through that, and you only land on the specific multiverse that you're in. It was nonsense.
What is the specific multiverse?
I don't know. It was really confusing.
I need to
What's
hear
it?
more about that.
Multiverse of Madness? Oh, he said this.
Scooting lovers.
The Bible says to not think too much.
Oh. Oh.
I don't think it does.
Do you think too much? But Tim is a funny guy. I like Tim. Tim said he would like to. Would you like to talk to Tim one day on the show about his witnesses?
Yes, very much.
Yeah,
About his what?
The 2 witnesses in Revelation.
Oh.
When something terrible
Christian's
happens
a
in America, you have
liar.
to
He
have
ain't even a
witnesses.
trout, boy.
Who's out there talking about trouts?
Aiden freaking Linden.
He ain't even a trout.
I mean, I believe him.
Oh. Yeah, would you
I
like
seen
to,
that sucker breathing air. He's lying.
He can't breathe no salt water, I promise you that.
I'm not sure.
Brother Pike, would you like to
Yes.
have a show with him one day?
I'm
Yeah, but
fish
let me get
skeptical.
done with the Satan series before we schedule it. Because if I don't, then I'll wind up not finishing the series like I always do.
Would you do like the one about the exorcist of Christian Pike? Or Christian Pike rejects?
I feel like that Stephen wants to perform the exorcism of Christian Pike,
Yeah.
but these kind come out only by prayer and fasting, and we know he ain't doing none of that.
Um, but uh, I heard Far Chalk is going to Greece take on Achilles. Is that true?
Sounds creepy.
What do you think, Mark?
That'd be hilarious.
He said in their comments he's going to expose Achilles.
He's
Yeah.
gonna do it any day now.
Wow. And
It's happening.
Achilles said, "Bring it on."
Christian, I have a request.
Is it Aerosmith?
Freebird, man, play Freebird. No, uh, my request is that instead of you like talking about like the beliefs and convictions that you hold in like the core of your heart and really value and cherish, could you instead make your next part about the Satan teaching just an impromptu review of the Exorcist series?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean probably.
He called the
I'd appreciate that. I feel like it'd probably get more views as well. You
It
know.
would definitely get more views. There's no doubt about that.
Exodus 3 was a good
You
movie.
can tell that I'm not in it for the views based on my content.
Well, Exodus 3 was a pretty good movie. It was about a serial killer guy who was possessed.
About a what?
A serial killer who was possessed.
Oh,
Got him.
Like
that
Aiden.
sounds intense.
Oh, that was part 3. Part 4 was just a prequel.
It was a story about Jordan B. Peterson being possessed. That's crazy.
Wait, what?
And let's
I
just
have
add,
demonic forces working within me that are beyond your comprehension, Christian.
What do you mean by what?
An ancient Babylonian god from 2,700 years ago has inhabited my very being and is constructing about itself a monolith of which you cannot perhaps comprehend within this very realm of existence.
What do you mean
Oh,
by
hey,
mean?
Once the third level of the ziggurat has been constructed, you will
What?
understand.
I didn't build that.
oh, Brother Pike. What's the name of you want to name our next show?
Oh, I was gonna text you. Let me think real quick, and I'll put it in the private chat.
Call it Brother Pike's Revenge. Well, the exorcism of Brother Pike.
Oh, how do you spell? You
Yeah,
know what I
man.
mean?
word you're
Although
going
I
to
shall
spell.
implement the laws of Draco unto the land, I shall build skull towers, the likes that the Assyrians will weep at in jealousy.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good. Dash and then colon. Oh, I got my colon in my dash back up. Huh?
What do you think, Mark's the great Jesuit priest, uh, atheist, satanic Mark Stoney?
Oh my goodness. What a title. What a title.
That's just joking, Mark. Well, what do you think of that, Brother Mark? Brother Mark?
Mark's about to accept an Oscar. I'd
Being
just like
great.
to
I want to
thank
thank
the
my
Academy.
family.
I'd
Yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. I'm
like to
sorry.
thank Lucifer, the Morning Star. Couldn't have done it without you, buddy.
That I put it in the private chat, Logan. I think that'll be fine for the title.
Okay, thank you.
And just use the same thumbnail. We'll just use that whole thumbnail for the whole series.
Okay. What if we use a thumbnail of Aiden?
Like Aiden's thumbnail, like his thumbnail.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, he's scooting, so we can't catch up with him.
I'm not scooting yet.
He's been scooting around. Now he's scooting
Well, Mark.
You still on that?
around. I'll be on that.
He will never give it
Uh,
up.
You can scoot somewhere.
Yeah, what's up, gangster?
Well, brother Mark, uh, you, yeah, that show was a great show last night. It was crazy. That was crazy. But I saw on the same jig about some reason he was mad at you for some reason. I don't get what you did to make him angry. The
Yeah. Well, like I said, there's pre-existing beef between Joseph and I, so nothing really happened last night. I just said hey to him, and then he
You
called me an
said
ass.
what?
Hey, like hi.
Golly, unprovoked.
Yeah, he didn't provoke me to say hi or anything. He's like, "Why are you talking to me like we're friends?" Just said hi.
Hey, look, speaking of
And then he
friends,
says, "Just being an ass." I'm like, no,
look,
no, not
speaking of
really.
friends, I'm thinking about changing my profile picture on Facebook to that picture of me and Steven. It's funny, right?
Please do.
Yeah,
Please
oh,
do.
no, I'm definitely
You know
gonna
what
do
you
it,
should
like
do?
for sure.
You should do? You should say that you were just made officially an honorary Proverbs guy
I
in the
could do that.
subtitle.
I could lie through my teeth if I wanted to.
You can say, you might even say that you and Dan were challenged to pistols at dawn, and you overcame Dan in that duel. And this is the photo taken in the direct aftermath of that, where Steven is like congratulating you. And just off to the side, you could like see Dan like wriggling around in pain, like asking for an ambulance. But you guys are too busy like celebrating the victory that was just won.
Yeah, the victory. Yeah. Speaking of victories, this guy is impersonating me to the nth degree at this point. And Father Chuck's speaking in tongues, so he's got it.
Christian, but are you an interpreter?
I don't think anybody can interpret that. Maybe the Nazis.
Well, Mark.
Deviant?
Oh,
Well,
Oh
what
man.
part? I can interpret the part in Swedish.
What does
See,
it say?
he said something about Digmer and Trump.
About what?
Digmer. It says Jag, Alskar, Digmer on Trump.
Make the pet safe again.
Jag älskar dig mer än Trump. He says he loves you more than Trump.
Wait, say it again.
Aw, how sweet.
what? Demon can speak Nazi?
Yeah, read
Jag
it again,
älskar dig
damn it.
mer, jag älskar dig mer än Trump.
Oh my
You know,
god.
like Brian Dingwitcher guy. I think he's from Germany. He have family ancestors from
What?
Germany.
I'm I'm not from Germany. It's not German.
Okay, we feel like it's
Well,
probably
say
German
hi to
though.
you too, Davian.
If it
We
was in
think it's
Germany,
probably
it would
German
be
though.
Ich liebe dich, Emal
No, we're pretty
als
sure it's German.
Trump.
Are you German?
No,
Oh, what about Aiden? Is Aiden German?
You got that later hosen.
I don't know. Maybe.
What about
Scoodle flopping.
Brother Pike? Are you German?
I don't really know what I am. I think I'm English and Irish, but I really don't know.
Oh. Well, what if we find out you're Italian?
I'd be
I think
fine with that.
Christian is from the Lost Tribe of Dan.
As long as I ain't one of them
Probably.
Moldovans, you know what I mean?
What if we find out you're Greek and you're related to Achilles?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and you're Italian and you're related to Dan Pazzi.
If I found out I was those things, I'd be like, oh no, I'm those things.
Oh,
Devastating.
And there was much weeping and desolation in the land of Pike.
Xanax. Now you can smile through crippling depression.
Brother Pike. You said
I always find my day is made better when I find a random pill on the ground and I can just take it, you know? Like,
I just ate a box of birth control pills and drank a gallon of gasoline.
don't worry about getting pregnant.
well, thankfully, Devian could tell us if any of us in this room are pregnant through ancient Egyptian methods and techniques,
Yes.
or how to alleviate PMS as well.
Yes, that too.
Well,
So
Miss Outcast, would
Hmm.
you still like one day? When would you like to do that show about you like to talk about Egyptians?
I'm gonna go, guys. Have a good one.
Later, Aiden.
No, Aiden
Bye.
didn't want to hear.
You know where he's going, don't you guys?
He's going scooting on
He's
the
going.
top of the gay. No, he's not gonna scoot on top of the gays. That's not good. Don't
He'll
scoot
scoot
on.
somewhere in relation to the gays, I'm sure.
But Miss Outcast, when
Mhm.
would you like to do that?
Um, I'm. It's hard for me to say like a date or
What about like
something
Monday?
Yeah.
because I have already I have booked myself up on the Kentucky Atheist show to do a talk with him about misinformation and more specifically like pseudo archaeology and pseudo Egyptology and things like that. And I was supposed to do it like last week, but as it so happens, I'm still at Soot's place.
Oh.
Um, and I want to prepare before I do it,
Oh.
which I haven't done any of the other times. Oh no!
Hell what?
I know it's because I'm speaking. They're like, "Oh no, I'm going."
Sorry. But oh, Fire Trolls, come on here. We need to talk to you. I have some questions to ask you. But I want to ask. Yeah. When if you do that show,
Mhm.
what would you like to call it? Call Miss Outcast Egyptians?
Mm, I have to think about that.
Oh,
But
wow.
something like it. Mm. What does the chat think? What do you think in the chat? What topic of Egyptology would you like me
Oh,
to
can
talk about?
you talk about the idea that mummies come alive and start killing people?
Yeah, but that's a very short topic though because it doesn't happen.
Are you sure?
I am. I'm very sure.
Oh.
I'm
What
very sure.
What about the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Yeah, but that's not Egyptology though. Uh,
Was that started in the Middle East?
yes.
Which part was it in Arabic or was it from Iran?
It's I believe Sumer. I think I'm really bad at that part
Oh,
uh, of history. Uh, it's a very big topic, which is why. So Egyptology has a specific field. It's a specific field that deals only with Egypt because there is so much there. Uh, the only other like historical period or area that has that is Assyriology, and they have this weird thing known as cuneiform, which is their style of writing, and it's insanity. Cuneiform is insanity.
wow.
In actual fact, I'm very, very impressed by people who can read and understand cuneiform because it is insanity.
It's what fan, fandom say.
Hmm. Learning about Egyptian influence. Ooh. I got a call from the school. I hope you're okay, Mark, and I hope everything is okay with Mackenzie. Yeah. Egyptian influence around the Mediterranean.
Oh. Were they?
Mm,
I know they got took over by the Romans, the Greeks,
yeah, the
Nubians.
Greeks.
Were they took over by them? Oh, that's good. The Nubians.
Um, yes, they were.
What about
Uh,
the
but
Romans?
the,
Oh, sorry.
well, kind of, kind of. But I would actually argue that so there is a debate within Egyptology about when does uh, eb- when does ancient Egypt, the culture of ancient Egypt, when does it end? And there are different um, arguments. All I would say are valid in their way, but personally, I hold to the position that it ends when Cleopatra is commits suicide, because after that Egypt is taken over by Rome, and contrary to prior invaders, they they don't. Prior invaders always like um, what's the word? Anama appropriated. They took on the culture of Egypt
Oh,
when they invaded it, rather than the other way around. But the Romans didn't.
oh. What about
Uh,
the Nubians?
the Nubians, uh, they actually restored Egypt after it had been um, invaded,
Oh, did
which is
France ever took them over? Oh, sorry.
the French.
Yeah.
Mm, not really.
Oh,
I mean, definitely not in ancient times.
okay. Oh. I remember seeing a video. Uh, yeah, the Egyptians were they the one who invented the mummy?
Uh, yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah, and uh, some people say wonder why that them and the Aztecs and all these other countries have the same. Uh, oh, join us, Miss Ahmad. Yeah, they asked why they all have the same design. What would you say to them? Like when they built their
Wait,
pyramids?
wait, what they what?
Like they all have the same design, like the triangles thing.
Yeah, as any like 3-year-old kid knows, if you're going to stack blocks on top of each other and want them to reach really high, the easiest shape is the pyramid shape.
Yeah,
But no, I know what you're talking about, and that's the kind of crap that you get from
ancient.
pseudo archaeology.
Yeah, I seen that one movie, Alien vs Predator. They said that aliens helped build all the pyramids around the world.
Yeah, that that is part of what I'm going to talk with Joe on the Kentucky Atheist about,
What?
because it is actually um, kind of a not a wormhole. It's based on racism. all of those ideas are based on racism. And it's not me being all like everything is racist. It actually is when you look into the history of how and from where these ideas came. Uh, that is what you get.
Did the Egyptians build the Easter eggs?
The what?
Did the Egyptians choose the easiest shape to sack blocks because they were lazy?
Of course, Mark.
Guess who's here?
Who is here?
Big Bad Mama.
Big
Hello.
bad mama. Da-na, da-na, da, da-na, da. Da-da-na, da-da, da, da. Boom. Big
Hi,
bad mama.
Big Bad Mama. Was it
Hi.
crazy what happened earlier
What
between
happened?
Claude and Dan?
Oh, well, Dan is horrible.
Yes, that is
Um,
accurate.
he goes to a bad place, you know.
Oh, guess who else is here?
Hi, Lupin.
Bloop, boom. Oh, it looks like snow in the background.
Lupin, Lupin, dee dee. He takes a poo right on the.
How can I hear you
Right,
guys?
Lupin?
Lupin, are you there?
Hi, Lupin.
He's giving us the silent treatment.
Uh oh.
Okay. Is it
Oh,
just
you know.
me or?
Okay.
Uh,
No.
me too.
Oh, okay.
Are you there, Lupin? Yeah, he said he had bad connection.
Just give me a
Oh,
minute.
okay.
I'm walking toward. Yeah, I'm walking
Hi,
to the
Lupin.
pool, so I get bad connection on the way.
Oh, what do you say?
He's
What do you
going to
say?
I
the
can
pool.
barely hear you guys for some reason.
He's
Weird.
got a bad connection going to the pool.
Can you hear
Oh,
me?
Yeah,
I
we
hear
can hear
myself
you
Yeah,
good.
echoing.
yeah, there is some echoing.
Hi, Lupin.
Echo.
Sorry.
Do you do backflips in the pool?
No, I'm just getting to the pool.
Oh. Uh, what would you do if you went back in time and met the Egyptians?
Well, I'm trying to evolve into one wrist pool and flipping my
Oh,
flippers around to see
oh,
if I can start growing tusks.
oh, oh. You
Oh.
serious?
Or maybe I'll grow it.
Oh.
When
That
is your tooth replacement?
would,
I said, when are you getting your tooth replaced?
Din, din tand, när får du
what'd you
den
say?
utbytt?
I said, when are you getting your tooth replaced?
It's scheduled for the 17th.
Oh, well, that'll be good, I'm sure.
Uh,
Yeah. Why does it
3 days.
sound so low?
It's very echoey, and
yeah.
Let me leave and come back.
Sorry about that. But how are you today, Big
that's
Bad
all
Mom?
right, gangster.
Okay. Yeah, it was crazier here what happened.
Yeah, I mean, that was just rude what Dan was saying to Claude. I mean, Claude was just stating a fact about something Kent Hovind did. From what I could see, I didn't read the chat, but
It made him so mad he uh banned him. Oh,
right.
Loopy. Hi, Lupin.
Does this sound any better?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I had to turn off some of my settings so I could turn my volume up so I could overtalk Aiden.
It's still echoey, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still echoing.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
You have
our
like,
voices are echoing.
do you have like YouTube on too?
Your voices are echoing.
Uh, but Lupin, did you have fun earlier?
Hold on, let me check my audio. Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
much
Okay,
better.
yeah.
That's better, I think.
What the?
Mhm.
You disappeared.
That's better yet.
Uh, but per Charles,
Perfect.
he was
It's
going to.
perfect.
But
I'm
is that
just
Mama?
kidding, Lupin. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he's back again. Gonna mess you up.
Yeah, no, somebody. I must have messed with my settings or something like that. It was weird.
Uh, how are you today, little guy?
I'm good. I'm having a little bit of like buyer's remorse or regret, but I haven't even gotten the item yet, so I'm not really regretting it too bad. It's just I broke down and paid for something that I probably paid too much for.
Uh, Lupin.
Impulse buy?
Well,
Huh?
Impulse buy? So you just
Ear?
like saw something and bought it?
Yeah, well, no, it's like I've been wanting it, and then I finally just broke down and got it.
What was it? If you want to tell us.
It's a infrared optic, night vision.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah, we're probably gonna be. I don't. I think if you don't have any kind of night vision optics, then you're probably behind. But plus, I just want a good infrared optic as well.
oh, that's
Hey,
good.
a deviant, I saw the comet
mhm.
last night.
Which of them?
I don't, it's got a very long name. It was just discovered, I think, in 2023, but it's got a cycle of, I think, 77,000 years before it will return. But it's visible with the naked eye in the sky, which is pretty rare for a comet.
The Return of
Oh,
Xenu.
is
What's
it?
that?
The Return of Xenu
Xenu. Xenu lives in a volcano
with the
Yes,
kitty.
he's been locked in a mountain in the Himalayas.
With the
with the bodies of the Thetans, or
Yes.
he didn't get locked up in the room with the kitties with the titties.
No,
no.
Uh,
no.
he got he got screwed over.
um, what,
Or or
what
she.
comment? What? Because did you know
Comet,
that?
it's got a very long name. Tsuchinshan Tushinen Atlas is the name of it.
Wait, isn't that Are you sure it was a
I'll
comet?
send you a photo that I took
Yeah.
Oh, can I show this one photo you showed me, Miss Outcast?
Mm-hmm.
Of the skies?
Yes.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
music there.
Oh, nice.
What was that again, Miss Outcast?
It's the
So
aurora.
yes, it's the
That's so cool you
Northern
got to
Light.
see it.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to see it for I can't even remember when. I would say my entire life, and I finally got to see it.
There,
So,
I emailed
oh,
it to you, Deviant.
mm, yeah, because did I tell you that there is this sun that's going to explode
Where?
uh, somewhere in the, I believe it was the constellation of the Crown.
It's going to go supernova.
Mm-hmm. And it's
Phantom,
gonna
it's
be
77,000 years, just to answer Phantom's question there.
Hope it's
What
not
were you
ours.
saying, Deviant?
um yeah, it's gonna be visible with the naked eye.
Really?
Uh,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but when
And
they don't have a specific date for that, though, right?
no, but it was thought to happen sometime in, uh, I believe it was like September.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow, that's a big, big comet.
Yeah.
That's what she
Wow.
said.
It
It was
is.
really cool.
Did it already pass by or what?
No, it's still visible. I don't know about your part of the country or what have you, but it's still visible for the next, I don't know, like 5 or 6 days, I think.
Where? Like, where can
Right
you see
after
it?
right. Well, I saw it from Southern California, but it's looking west like 45 minutes after the sun sets. Um, but
Well,
yeah, look it up to see if it's visible. And I went to my buddy and I went up to the mountains to see it because it was darker up there and easier to see.
and it's a good place to hide your weed.
No.
No. Oh.
Driving? No, it wouldn't have been
No.
good.
What? You live in? Don't you live in California?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of weed around, but I didn't drive with weed to go see the comet.
Not that there's anything.
I don't have anything against that, but I didn't do
I
it.
mean,
So
that's not illegal though, right?
no, it's illegal to smoke and drive. I would imagine it's like
Yeah.
a
I don't even
DUI,
think. I don't
but
think that's true.
well, if
I,
you
I don't. I
if you
don't
admitted
know.
to a cop if you admitted to a cop that you had just smoked a doobie before they caught you like going in the other lane and stuff, they would use
Hmm.
that as evidence of a DUI.
I mean, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Yeah, you can't. They call it. In fact, there are signs along the highway that say "stone driving is a DUI" or something to that effect.
What about
Um,
Stony driving?
Stony driving.
That's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, he's a Jesuit priest.
The Jesuit stoner.
Yeah. Here's Aiden the gangster. Take on Steven the gangster.
And that guy was actually Missy Maud's boyfriend, right? Before you put Aiden's face on it.
Yeah. So Aiden's her gangster boyfriend.
Okay. Okay.
What do you think that
Missy
looks?
Maud's got a weird love triangle. I'll say that much.
Lupin, that looks pretty comfortable.
Oh yeah, it's funny. Like when Mark tells me to go like roll up on a beach or something like that, it's like I don't think you don't understand. That's like not an insult for me. It's more or less a recommendation. And I'll take it.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I grew up next to the ocean, and so like rolling up on the beach is relaxing.
Mm, yep.
oh, you're a good little guy, ain't you?
Ooh.
You little loopy. You're a double little guy.
Till I get my night vision optic,
Oh,
Don't
then I
do
won't go
anything
dark.
creepy with don't do anything creepy with it.
I don't. I'm probably gonna end up returning it. I just want to see what the quality's like. Because if I want to
I
get one,
mean,
I want to get a pretty decent quality one.
yeah, you have to pay good money to get a good one, I would imagine.
The one that I got is about 150, and that has a Picatinny rail mount, so a Picatinny attachment. So it's like it's ready to go. You know, you just slap it on your system.
Okay. Is it like the one that the guy had in Silence of the Lambs?
I don't remember
Do
that one.
you remember that?
Mm-mm.
Deviant, did you
No.
see that movie?
I unfortunately did at
Do
least
you remember
part
the
of it.
end where he was tracking Jodie Foster through the dark house and he was looking at
Oh
her
Yeah.
yeah,
through the
put the lotion in the bucket guy.
Hmm.
right, right.
Right, Buffalo Bill.
Right.
Yeah, the first one's all right. Well, I kind of like the second one better.
You didn't like the Red Dragon?
What Red Dragon was good too, but part two had more of Anthony Hopkins. He was
Say
very
what?
Okay.
scary in that.
Say what?
I never
Anthony
saw the second
Hopkins?
one.
Yeah, he was very scary in Hannibal. The sequel to Silence of the Lambs. It was a pretty good movie. I saw it at the movies when I was a kid.
It puts the lotion in the basket.
Well,
You-
scary.
what would you do if you got Big Bad Mom? What would you do if you and Lupa got kidnapped by Buffalo Bill?
I'll put the lotion on his skin.
I think we would make a plan to get out of there. I'd like to hope Lupin would cooperate.
Yeah. Basically, like I'd hop on your shoulders, and then I'd pull you up, and then I'd kick you back down in the hole, and then I'll run away.
Come
Oh,
on. That's not
That's not
that's
Or
not
nice.
Chris.
or
That's not
I'll just let
Christian.
you lift. I'll just let you lift me up, and then I'll tell you I'll come back later. But it'll be like whenever the dad doesn't come back with the milk.
Thanks.
But don't worry about it. You'll have plenty of lotion, and that's all
oh,
that
that's
matters. As long as you're nice and moisturized, because you can't have an ashy big bad mama. That's just not a good step.
oh, Dan's in the comics.
Oh boy.
Oh, talk about rubbing your lotion on the skin.
Dan, you're driving and texting again. You remember that's against the law.
Quit being a narc.
I'm just warning him. I don't want to see him get pulled over. I'm not going to
He's
report
using
him.
he's using voice to speech or voice to text.
He's a crazy guy. But Lupin, you kind of remind me of Curly. And- yeah,
From
Three
from the
Stooges.
Three Stooges.
Yeah. Well, do you know that Dan said that Big Bad Mama, AJ, and Claude are the Three Stooges? Remember that
Yeah,
Big Bad
but they need a bigger
We're
posse. It's like
we're officially the Three
the
Stooges.
yeah, but I think you could add more to your group. It's like the five.
Aiden wanted to become a Three Stooge. I told him he could be Shemp.
Yeah,
And then nobody knew who Shemp was or didn't like Shemp. And I'm like, Shemp was like funny.
yeah, I like
Who's
Shemp.
Shemp? Who's Shemp?
Shemp was so Curly, Mo, and Shemp were brothers, but originally it was Mo, Curly, and Larry Fine. And then Curly had a stroke, and Shemp took over for Curly, and Curly passed away. And then
And then
Shemp
Ron
passed
Jeremy
away.
came in.
No. And then Shemp died not too long after that. And then they put in Joe Besser
Uh, that
and
guy
had
was.
him in there for a while. And then in the 60s, they put in Curly Joe.
And
Not that I know the history of the Stooges, but
yeah, it's a little more
If,
in.
if,
We
my,
hear
if,
that.
if my name was Shemp, I probably would have had a stroke too.
No
no,
Moe's.
Curly had the stroke. Shemp had a heart attack.
Oh, okay. Okay, so cocaine.
You know that
No, this is in
Moe's
the
room.
1940s.
They were doing coke in the
There were
1940s.
there
Remember
were
I
a
that?
lot of cocaine back
I
then.
mean, it was mostly alcohol, though. Those guys were
No, he's
drinkers.
tripping.
You know Moe's real name was Moses.
Who, who's?
Yeah,
Well, Mo
that's
Howard.
yeah.
Uh,
But it was Mo was short for Moses. Is
Are
that
you
weird?
sure? Are you sure it wasn't Mohammed
No.
in the Boom
I
Boom
doubt
Room?
it. They were Jewish, so I really doubt that.
Uh,
Phantom
there may
likes the
be some
Marx
kind of
Brothers, which
conflict.
I like the Marx Brothers too.
Oh, yeah, that Mohammed from Boom Boom Room is so funny.
The
It's
what?
like that.
Mohammed's Boom Boom Room.
Yeah, it was funny. By David Wood. him and his buddies make this Mohammed Boom Boom Room, where it's like Three Stooges combined with combined with Mohammed into one. He's so
Huh?
funny. They have
Did
him
you
meet
see what
all kinds of
Speed Roman said?
Don't
It
forget.
puts the Roundup on its skin. No, the one before
Even better.
that. Good one,
oh,
Speed.
be careful, uh, Lupin. You don't want this to happen again. You
What
should
was going
be.
on in the background there? It looked like a scene from a horror movie or something. Maybe it was a
Put
Bible
put it
scene or
put it
something,
back.
but it looked like somebody was getting their head strangled or something.
No,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Can you
just that's
put
my
that on there
avatar.
again?
That's
Oh, that's
Jesus
your
healing the
avatar.
blind
Okay,
man.
I gotcha.
Oh,
I gotcha.
Okay.
oh,
That's what needs to happen to you guys. You guys need to get your eyes opened up.
okay.
How do we know he's not like poking that guy's eyes out?
I think he's spitting
Look at
them.
that look on Lupin's face there.
One of the benefits of having your face on camera.
Deviant is getting a Deviant's on a break, I think.
Oh, I thought you said she was gonna get an OnlyFans.
Oh, here's
No.
Lupus, a freedom fighter. Remember Aiden? Remember Lupin? You're a
Allahu
freedom.
Allahu Snakbar. We
Was
must
it?
we must get the Snickers and the paydays back from the infidels.
And here's the Canadian version of Charles Darwin.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Uh, oh, Father, hey, Father Charles. Oh, I heard Father Charles might go is going to Greece in November 7th to take on the
What, for
Great.
real?
That's what he said.
Oh, okay.
Uh, he said he's going to expose the Great Achilles.
Hmm.
Look, Lupin, are you frozen? Oh no, he's frozen in time.
At least he looks happy. There's a screenshot for you, Ghost.
Yeah.
He's so happy he dropped off.
Father Charles, come on here. We need to talk to you. He said he was going to join us.
Ah.
That was that was funny. But yeah, can you imagine uh, Lupin being a freedom fighter guy?
No,
Oh, okay.
not really.
Oh, yeah, the kid. Oh, Father Charles.
Charles,
Hello, everyone.
Hi, we missed you.
how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Oh,
Good to
Father
see
Charles.
you.
You know that Tim? He learned all his stuff from uh that that Brian guy, Brian Dingacher.
Oh, yeah?
Is there a
Yeah,
debate happening?
yeah, it's a debate still happening.
Well, I heard him say he would debate me in 1 to 2 years once he studied up or so. I don't
Oh,
believe
God.
that.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what he said. The show that other day, I think.
1 to 2 years. That's the biggest cop out I've ever heard in my life. I'll debate you in 2 years.
Well, he's hoping I'll be dead by then, Big Bad Mama.
I asked Stephen about debating you. He's not sure. I'll say he is.
Well, actually, Mark Reed challenged Stephen to a debate. Logan, did you hear that?
Oh yeah. Would you
Can
like
you
me?
ask Stephen about that?
Yeah, well,
He made an official. yeah, he wants to debate Stephen.
Father Charles. Yeah, what do you
Yeah,
think of Brian Dignature? Is that guy a crazy guy?
right. Yeah, crazy, total idiot, I'd say. But
Yeah,
anyway, I don't
yeah.
want to sound like Ken Hovind here, so.
He, here's his other video. He's hate on both Catholics and Protestants. Is that weird?
What's his denomination?
I think he said he's Baptist, but Baptist or Protestant, so I don't know.
No, Big Bad Mama, his denomination is Brian Dillinger denomination.
Okay. It
Yeah,
seems like a lot of these guys, that's their denomination. I mean,
exactly. Yeah,
these Proverbs guys, for example, I mean, they can't agree about anything
right.
and they don't have a denomination. They say, oh, yeah, we go back to the John the Baptist. He was our, or the early, I guess, Gnostic churches or something. But they're from the Protestants, aren't they? I mean, ultimately, they're Protestants,
Right.
I think.
Oh, you serious?
Yep.
Oh,
I found a little
Father
shady
Charles.
stuff.
Oh, that's. Oh, Father Charles.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy. The Brian Dignature guy. He was hate on both Catholics and Protestants. And here's a video where he's drawing these books or that are not King James, and he set them on fire.
All right. Well, he has to keep warm up there in Maine there.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy.
Living out in the woods up there in Maine, yeah.
Yeah,
What is Bruce, a Baptist, Logan?
yeah, independent Baptist.
Okay.
Yeah, is that great? I think he's the Amish guy. I think he said he's Baptist.
Could have just ordered some books from Chris.
What you say? He's froze. Oh, what you say, bro? Lupin?
Is he frozen again?
Yeah. Brian Dinglinger? I'm not sure what he is. He's Brian Dinglinger. That's all I can say. Right, Fire Charles?
You got that right.
Uh-oh.
You know what? I can't stand water bugs, man. Water bugs are the
Water bugs.
Oh, water bugs.
water bugs.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah.
why?
Lupin, you're
What?
breaking up, I think, a little bit. Maybe it's just me.
No, it's
No,
It's
me.
us.
he's breaking up.
Uh, what do you say, Lupin? Uh-oh. He's going to go crazy. Oh, no. But, Fire Charles, yeah, it's
Look at that
crazy.
shot of him, Logan.
Hi, Lupin.
Lupin, there aren't water bugs in your swimming pool, though, right?
Are you there?
You gotta.
Deviant's back.
Hi, Lupin.
Yay!
Deviant.
Yay!
Huh?
Hi, Deviant. I'm sorry about my poor translations from English to Swedish. I hope I didn't upset you, hon.
No, of course you
Hello.
didn't. Of course you didn't.
I
Are you there?
tried.
Yeah. Tried to upset me?
No.
No, I'm kidding. No, you
We
didn't
see
upset me.
here the walrus basking in its natural habitat.
Oh, man.
Notice as its bountiful blubber jiggles as it submerges itself into the waters of the frigid Arctic North.
I am the walrus. I
It
am the
crows
walrus.
its mighty walrus call, looking for a mate. But alas, no mate has appeared in many seasons.
Oh, jeez.
There were a few of them here yesterday.
And they ran the other way.
Oh.
We see here, nearby the walrus, a peanut gallery of people that have gathered round to laugh at it.
Mhm. The
Peanut.
Notice
walrus
as
is a
they
bit of a.
point and laugh as the seal basks in the sun, thinking it better than everything else. Truly, I say, a testament to the fact that nature can create things of absolute beauty, but also absolute horror.
Amen. It's actually pretty funny.
How you doing, Aiden?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. In reality, I'm not doing pretty good because I was gonna go out and go ride my scooter, and I can't find my freaking house key. Now, I do know it's in the
Oh.
house because I had to unlock the house when I got back from my hour and a half walk with Scooby.
Have you
So
asked?
it is in the house somewhere.
You should always
But
put your key in the same place every
I
time.
do, I do, and you know the unfortunate thing is it's not once but twice. I tempted fate yesterday by not putting it in the right place, but that time I literally had put it just the rack below that I was supposed to, and turned the house upside down, not looking in every spot, but I was supposed to. And I thought that that was the case this time, but no, it wasn't the case. It's nowhere to be found right now.
So you live by my philosophy. Life's a bitch and then you die.
That's
Yes.
right, Chuck.
Yeah,
Chuck,
that's
do you have
That's
to
the
give
that's
me?
that's
very
Do
that's the
you
correct.
have to give me? Do you have to let me give you trouble for cursing on this platform too? Come on now. Come on now.
that's the atheist philosophy. Life's a bitch and then you die.
You too, Lupin. You too.
What?
Come on now. You hold your tongue.
What do you mean?
This is a good family friendly platform. You shouldn't be cursing on here.
What do you?
Lupin,
No,
you're gonna die like the rest of us.
no.
Sorry to
I'm gonna experience eternal life
I'm sorry to tell you that you're not.
Notice the seal
What
as it claps
horror!
its hands rigorously, trying to posture
because I give all
and look
glory to Jesus
intimidating.
Christ.
No.
All glory to Jesus
Come
Christ.
on, guys. Guys, leave Lupin alone. He's going to live in eternity with him sitting by the pool and girls constantly running away from him.
If that's what heaven's like, I'm all for it.
I don't know if the pool's gonna be liquid water though. You know,
No,
I don't know.
what would it be? Lava?
In heaven,
I
the
didn't say
women can
that.
fly. They can fly away from you. They don't have to run.
That's true. That is
Angels
true.
really don't have wings.
Sometimes
Really?
they do.
I always thought they did. What do they have?
Well,
They have
when the Bible
jetpack.
says that angels have wings, it's actually referring to the 1970s sitcom Lupin.
That's gross. You're like the Thing. Like you just mimic everybody else.
It's pretty fun. I actually enjoy it quite a bit. It's a fun
Yeah, like
pastime.
you don't
Oh,
come up with anything original. You just take like AJ's like little
Lupin,
Notice
name
as he
I
things.
mean,
continues to posture, growing even louder, trying to gather the attention that he so desperately tries to gather on a daily basis. Will he
Aiden,
find it today? We have
Aiden,
yet to know.
Aiden, do my voice, buddy, please.
Well, grace and peace to everyone. Father Charles here. And,
Wasn't it
you
Grease
know,
and Peas?
Lupin, I would never try to match wits with an unarmed opponent, alright? So, Sorry, guys. Lupin says that this is
Oh,
unfunny, so everybody stop laughing. Everybody stop laughing.
Okay.
That's
I haven't.
not
sa-
funny.
I
It's
haven't said
not funny.
anything. I can hardly hear you.
It's not funny, guys. Stop it. Chuck?
I'm trying. I'm trying to stop. How do you say stop in Swedish, Devian?
Hey,
Sluta.
gangster, when are you gonna go to the UK?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Uh, Jul- July of next year. Yeah.
Are you gonna
If
know
you
your
just
family?
walked into the Atlantic Ocean, you could part it like Moses long enough for Gangster Ghost to be able to cross it.
Be on my pay grade.
I, I'm not
If
sure.
Moses said the same thing,
Moses
why do you
was
think his brother
kidding.
spoke for him?
That's how the Egyptians died.
The, Egypt,
Moses like, fridge
the
this. This is about
Egyptians
beyond
did
my
get
pay grade.
wrecked. They
Oh,
sure did.
Looks
fire
like
truck.
you need a haircut there, Lupin.
Do I?
Yeah, it's getting a little long on the top.
Nah, I'm gonna let it grow out a little bit more.
Oh, oh man, it's not nice. It's not nice. You should say things like that.
Yeah,
What?
well.
But
You shouldn't say things like the death of a child is the blood of that person is on their hands, even though they had nothing to do with that. You should say things like that.
Oh, by the way, Aiden, by the way,
Excuse me.
I,
I thought this was
I,
America,
Aiden, uh,
excluding Miss Swedish over there.
Aiden, I have cut off Lupin's parents.
My what?
You're not paying for them to care about him anymore. That's not good. That's not good.
You cut off my what?
Oh man, what are you gonna do next? You're gonna cut off Stephen Boland's laptop fund? I mean, what next?
What did he say?
You're not part of the car. Shut up, Lupin. No one's talking to you.
Excuse me. What did he say?
Anyway,
I don't know.
You don't
nobody's
know
talking to you.
either. Yeah,
You're not
Gangster
part of this
Ghost.
conversation. Get out of here.
Gangster
Uh,
Ghost couldn't even understand you.
no, he
What
does.
brought you
He's
back
just
from
not
the
including
grave?
you in the conversation the way that you want
What
to be
brought you back?
included. That's all.
What brought you back from the grave?
What?
Who,
What?
me?
What? What?
Who,
What?
me? Me?
Yeah,
Logan.
you. The only
I
zombie
was
here.
resurrected in 3 days, man.
No, it was more than 3 days. Maybe it was 3 months at a rehab clinic.
Who?
Well, I'm sure that's
Uh-oh.
not
Have you
something
been
you
to
could
a
speak from
rehab clinic?
experience about, Lupin.
I can speak from experience. That's why. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it
Mm.
doesn't show.
No more perkies. No more perkies, Chuck.
No more
Uh,
Wow,
what?
someone's getting a little desperate.
Mm.
fire truck. Are you going?
Yeah.
Not as desperate as he was when he was talking with Terry, though. That was a whole other level of desperate. Like, oh my gosh.
Uh,
No, it was really quite desperate. It was.
Like, wow. What?
fire truck.
Yeah.
You say you're going to Greece in no,
Oh, you got
November
saved by
7th?
Gangster Ghost.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, gangster.
Are you going to Greece in November 7th?
Yeah, I land in Athens November 7th.
Oh, are you going to
Wow.
go check the Achilles?
I don't think so.
Oh, but he's the great Achilles.
Hold on, everybody be quiet for 10 minutes so we can give Lupin time to come up with a way to make that into an insult. All right, we need to give him time to be able to process.
Oh
It might
no,
take
Achilles was just
15.
talk to him in Greek. Achilles was just talk to him in Greek, and then Father
23%
Chuck laughed at the
processing
sentence.
complete.
Process. Uh, Chuck would have to just be like, no habla español.
Processing.
Oh, let me ask Lupin something. When you going to Greece, buddy?
I was gonna go. I was gonna go this year, but the tornado caught me up. So maybe next year.
Yeah.
Maybe next year.
What countries have you been to, Lupin?
Me?
Besides Texas
Hmm.
and
Texas.
Alabama.
Texas is a state. Texas is a state.
That is correct.
Wow, how long did it take you to learn that one?
Well, I mean, Chuck thinks it's a country. It
He's
feels
saying
like
that to
it
highlight
feels
your
it feels like
ignorance because you've only been to a couple of places, and he's
it
saying that
feels
you're
like a
not well
country.
traveled. So, no, if I need to explain the joke to you, that tends to make things more funny.
Thank
So,
you, Aiden.
no problem, Chuck. No problem. Is above his pay grade.
Oh man, dude, that joke is gonna that joke's gonna make you get out of the hood, Aiden.
It's gonna make me get out of the hood. I don't think
Uh
I'm in the hood, but thank you.
huh. Yeah. Keep it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Lupin trying to say that I'm poor? Well, I would rather be poor and be poor of my own volition than be rich and pampered by my parents. But hey, that's
Not for
Well,
long. Not for
that
long,
that
Aiden. I've cut the parents off.
that's true. That's true. Soon Lupin's gonna actually figure out like he needs to do something for himself for once. So I don't know. We'll see.
Uh, what are you going to do at Greece, Father Charles?
Well,
probably
sightsee.
take a nap.
Are
Yeah,
you,
I'll take as many naps as I want in Greece while
It's
you're
Yeah.
sweating in
vacation. It's a
Texas.
vacation.
I hope it's not your last one.
Oh
Take
my
a
god.
dirt nap, Lupin. See, that's like actually funny, is if you say it like that. Like that's actually kind of
But I'm
funny.
not gonna lie, it would be nice to be in Greece for your final rest. I wouldn't complain about that.
Of course you wouldn't. You'd be there with your on your parents' dime. Why would you complain about it?
No, I'll probably be there on Achilles' dime. I'm gonna go swing by Achilles' house and slow mo go to
Achilles'
his
mom's
place.
dime.
Yeah.
Achilles dying. He ain't got two sons to rub together. What are you talking about?
It's all right. We're men. We can make it happen.
He does have a
Yeah.
job though.
Who
Who?
does?
Achilles.
What's he
Yeah,
do?
he rides that dirt bike real good.
No, I'm Achilles basically said that he was going to investigate everybody, including myself. And so
You're. That's funny that you think Achilles cares that much about you. That's
well,
funny.
he
I
said
mean,
that.
he said that.
He said
Yeah,
that, and
those were his words.
he made a
Yeah.
show with Stephen about investigating Father Charles. So yeah.
Cool.
Apart from that, so anyway, I did my own investigation
Nice.
and found out a lot, but I keep it to myself because I don't need to, you know, I don't need to put it out there, and I don't want to put it out there. But when somebody threatens me or my friends, um,
Okay,
do
Gossip
you remember
Girl.
this? Do you remember the show that they made, Lupin? You might have been a Proverbs guy at the time.
Back
No,
before
I've
Steven
already
kicked
said
him out and called him a piece of garbage.
I called Father Chuck Party City Priest long before they did.
are
You
you
call
serious?
him what?
What?
Chuck the Party City Priest.
Party City Priest. I like
I
that.
know.
Party City Priest.
Is this guy
Mm-hmm.
a Party City Priest?
They probably got the outfit from the same place.
Huh? Huh?
That's Chuck's nun.
None.
Nah,
uh,
They
unlike your lack of knowledge of church history, Czech's
they ride
clerical garbs
broomsticks
actually
together.
have historical backing to them.
mm,
Uh,
Lupin, what do you know about church history, Lupin?
Enough.
Yeah, well,
Enough.
tell me about it. Tell me about it. What's your favorite ecumenical council, Lupin?
Yeah, what is that, Lupin? Your favorite ecumenical council? What is that?
Maybe the Council of Trent.
Yeah, what about the Council of Trent do you find to be your favorite?
I've already answered your question.
Yeah, but like, what about it though? Do you
Yeah,
find to
What
be your
about it?
favorite?
what's your favorite part, and what did they discuss at the Council of Trent? What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry. When did this become a quiz?
We're just curious. I mean, like you said it was your favorite council, and
Well, go
much
ahead and
like
get.
anybody when they ask anybody about like their favorite movie, typically when somebody's like, "Oh, what's your favorite movie?" and they say, "Oh, Friday the 13th," and they're like, "Oh, what do you like about Friday the 13th?" They don't typically respond with, "What is this? Some kind of quiz?" They typically just say, "Oh yeah, I like that part where this character did that thing," and then like this other thing. I like they bring up like specific things that they like about the thing that they claim that they like. Lupin. They don't typically like get all defensive about it.
Oh, well,
So
that's good for
please,
them.
no, do tell.
No, seriously, Lupin. What was your favorite aspects or insights of the Council of Trent? Please
Let me
tell
pull
us.
up Google real quick.
Oh, thank you, Aiden. I'm glad you answered for me.
I think that's the closest to
Very eloquent.
honest you've ever been, Lupin.
Very eloquent.
Congratulations.
I don't think I could have done better, to be honest with you.
Oh, do what you say?
What was that?
I said I don't think I could have done any better than you did. I'm proud of you.
I can barely hear you.
Well, Lupin, how about the Council of Nicaea? Huh? Am I speaking your language?
Chuck? Are you having a stroke? Are you okay?
No, I'm trying to speak your language.
Jeez.
Well, you would have to speed. You would have to speed up your. You would have to speed up your.
Council
You
of
would have to speed up
Nicaea.
your dialect about 20 times. You sound like a turtle on friggin' heroin.
Oh, okay. I tried to sound like you. How about the Council of Nicaea?
What about it?
What's your favorite part about the Council of Nicaea?
It's nice. You see it?
Oh, okay.
Is there like any like major participants of the Council of Nicaea that like you think are notable?
Yeah, plenty of them.
Yeah, like who?
Like them.
Oh
This
yeah, yeah,
reminds
yeah.
me of when
Them,
they asked Trump about
them.
his favorite passage in the Bible.
2 Corinthians. That's the one I like to read. 2 Corinthians. You know, you go to Yosemite and you read 2
No,
Corinthians.
no, no. Okay,
How did
but
Trump
are
turn
you?
into?
Well,
But
first
are
he
you?
said he didn't have a favorite.
No, you're right. He
What?
says he
Yeah.
liked them all. He's like, I like them all.
And they're
Why
like,
did Trump
okay,
turn
but
into an
are
old
are
Jewish
you an
woman right
old
there?
are you an Old
Well, wait a
Testament
minute.
guy or a New Testament guy?
Aiden,
Both.
Why did
Aiden,
Trump turn into an old
Aiden.
Jewish lady?
I'm sure Lupin is such a church historian. He can name the 7 councils of the
All
church.
7. I'm sure he could
All
name all
7.
of
Go
them.
ahead, Lupin. One. We'll
I'm
give
sure he could
you.
name the other 2 councils that are also
Well,
considered by some church groups to be councils, but are not universally considered to be ecumenical councils as well. I'm sure he could name those 2 just because I have such confidence in his church knowledge.
right. Yeah. Good. Go ahead.
You
We'll
guys
give you
ever heard that? You
24
guys ever
hours.
heard that verse? Should not cast pearls before swine. Maybe Chuck has to go
Who,
back to
who's your
Plymouth
favorite church
Cemetery.
father, Lupin? Who's your favorite church father?
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's not considered one of the
Do
holy
you, hey,
hierarchs, but
Lupin,
that's all
do you know
right.
how many days Jesus Christ fasted for?
40.
What'd you say?
40 days and 40 nights.
Hey, that's good. You got it right.
I know.
Hey, all right. Um,
AJ?
That's smart. Well,
yeah.
That's
just
Mark Stoney.
Oh.
yeah, this
How you
guy's
doing,
AJ.
AJ?
Good. Hey, Aiden.
Hey, AJ.
I sent your birthday present. Is sent now. Supposed to get there in
Oh,
3
thank you.
days.
Thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that.
Happy birthday.
If it,
I hope. I
Sweet.
hope.
hey,
I hope that you like it.
if it's a
I
very
wish you
if
would
it's a very
send
large
me
cake,
money over on Cash App instead.
if it's a
Well,
very large
I mean,
cake, just
I
be
would, except
prepared.
I find it a little bit distasteful for somebody who's on YouTube to, be wanting donations without taking the time to earn monetization and then be able to get super chats. I just think that's kind of like a little bit like cheating. Just seems a little slimy. That's all.
Oh well, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
It
Yeah,
is.
well, what do you want me to do? Work for my money?
No, just I think you should, if you want donations from viewers, you should try to build a community of viewers and make good
Yeah,
content, and then I
it
think the
requires work.
donation.
Hence my other statement, genius.
Yeah, but why? Whenever there's shortcuts around it, I mean, why go the stupid way around?
Well, because you should want to have if you're doing YouTube, you should want to build a community of viewers who are going to watch your videos and come back and watch your new videos.
Yeah, but then my channel gets like deleted. So what's the point of even trying to do that?
Then why even have a channel in the first place?
Well, I mean, your channel got deleted, but it's really small and like hardly anybody watches you anyway. So just make a new one. What's the difference?
Now hold on, AJ. I saw one time Lupin got 15 views.
Whoa, that's a big
That's like
leagues.
a
That's a big
that's like
leagues.
a mildly crowded elevator.
That's
At a
like
quote with
that's like
10,000
almost
views.
enough to fill the short bus Looping Road to school on every day. You know, like that's a lot.
The wheels on the
I
bus
didn't.
go
I didn't. I
round and
didn't. I
round.
didn't ride the bus.
My
I,
parents
I was
drove me
too. I was too retarded.
there, Aston Martin. I called
Yeah,
it the Aston Martini instead of the Aston Martin Lupin.
that's so hilarious.
I know. I agree. Oh.
I'm an alcoholic.
And wait, AJ, the same time I saw Lupin got 15 views, I realized his subscribers went to 16 views.
Oh.
Oh,
I have a video with
Whoa! What does that
84,000
mean?
views.
wow. All
I
Lupin
got
needs to do
1,400
is make
subscribers in
like
one day from that video.
all Lupin needs to do is make like 524 more videos, and he'll be able to match that video.
Yeah. No, I just see trying to get donations before you have the community is putting the cart before the horse, that's all.
Okay, well,
Well, I think you should be taking
ru-
advice from Lupin because his
rules are
YouTube
meant to be
endeavors
Right.
have just been
broken
so
and bent.
successful. You know.
What did you say?
I don't know, try to follow the conversation better.
I said rules are meant to be bent.
Sentences are meant to be broken.
And sentences are meant to be fragmented.
Me and Aiden are so alike. We're always finishing each other's sandwiches.
It's true.
I was gonna say
Oh,
something, but it'll be
hey
considered
guys, leave him
bullying.
alone. Lupin's in Margaritaville.
Sitting around in my hotel pool.
Man, life
I'm
is wonderful.
living
I
the
love.
Miller
I love
high
life,
life.
and I love life, and how strange it is. It's a beautiful
What was
thing.
that?
I said I
You
love
ain't
life
gonna
and how
like it
strange it
long.
is.
I've cut your parents off.
He says Life is Strange is his favorite video game. That's what he said.
Oh, Life is Strange is. I thought that game was a little overrated, honestly, but
I've
that's
never
that's
played it.
fine.
Yeah, it's like if Tumblr was a video game.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
Lupin.
What's up?
it's just
Is
the way
that
he said that.
the
Oh, Lupin.
hotel?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, that's all right. Is that at the hotel you're at? Are you still at that hotel?
Apartment.
Oh, okay. Lupin,
No, I like
It's
that.
not a hotel. The
Hey,
only difference
why
is that we
name this
When
rent
when
it on a
you're
monthly
all
basis.
when you're all you don't know where fashion sits. Putting on the wrist, Lupin.
oh,
Oh, I fucked up the lyric. Oh, I messed up the lyrics. Sorry, Gangster Ghost.
that's all right.
Wow! Wait, AJ, wait. Did you
Oh, you guys are
curse
really
on
rude to
Gangster
me.
Ghost platform and then apologize for cursing? Wow, that's
Yes.
crazy.
Well, I
That's great
apologized.
because according to Lupin, like we're like horrible people that just do horrible things all the time. So why would you like apologize for doing something wrong? Because
Well,
that's
Also,
undermining Lupin's points
I'm
when
not
he says that we're
considerate to
like
my
horrible
friends
people.
at all. I'm not considerate to my friends.
Well, I'm sure you've
you
said
don't.
before that you're like not going to hang out with Gangster Ghost anymore. You know, because of like the people he hangs around, only to like just like go back on that immediately almost, and like just
Blah, blah,
continue to
blah,
go
blah,
do
Well,
that.
blah,
sometimes
blah.
when
I
I
don't
go
know.
on
I don't know.
streams
Well, that's
with
what you do, AJ, not anybody else.
yeah. Sometimes when I go on streams with people that Gangster Ghost is on the stream with, and I disagree with that person, I'll then ignore them and just talk to Gangster Ghost like
Yeah.
out
And then
loud,
when
even
some
though it's a one sided conversation, and I'll use him as my shield, like a human
right,
shield,
right, right.
like in Gaza,
Yes,
like like that.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
Get
know,
it?
I think the most tasteful thing to do is to go into Gangster Ghost show and play like Andrew Tate clips where
Oh
he's like
yeah.
cursing and like yelling and like saying all these
Mm-hmm.
horrible things about people, and then like when you're like called out for that, you just like double down and you don't like really like take accountability in any way, shape, or form. You say that you're like never gonna apologize for that ever
Aiden,
because like why would
how
you
does
take
it feel to be the
accountability
most
for the things that
talkative
you
person?
say?
Wasn't Andrew
Why
Tate
would
both
you?
How does
accused of and
Why would
charged
talk
you
with
take?
human trafficking, Aiden?
one?
You know, I think that might be true, but I don't
How
think
does
that
it
that
make
really
you feel?
matters. I think that like when it comes to
Okay.
playing clips of people, I think them being human traffickers is like that doesn't
Mhm.
matter at all whatsoever. That's like irrelevant to the point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you were saying something, Loopy? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Nobody wants to listen to you. Like,
Yeah,
you're
so
so
anyway,
desperate to
like I was
talk to
saying,
people.
How does it feel to treat me like you do? I like that song.
it's pretty good. It's pretty
I
good. I
mean, it's
enjoy that
pretty
song.
sad existing
Blue
too,
Monday.
honestly.
Sorry, Lupin was trying to say
When
something
you
though. Let's
lay
let let's let
your hands upon
Lupin
me.
speak uninterrupted. Come on,
Okay.
be respectful.
Oh,
Are you right? Look, he froze up there.
Lupin, go ahead. We're giving you the floor,
sure,
buddy.
water. Oh, my
I gained
signal's
respect
gonna
for
cut
Lupin
out. Don't
earlier
worry
because
about
he
it.
I think you're roboting there, buddy.
beer bonding. I mean, I gained respect for Lupin earlier because he cited A Clockwork Orange as one of his favorite films, and I that's one of my favorite movies too. So I didn't expect that.
The movie's boring, you know. There's a bunch of people like sitting around in a warehouse talking to each other. Like, how the movies in a warehouse, you know? So like,
Yeah,
whatever.
in the movie, this movie starts off and they're getting drinking something and get intoxicated. Like, who does that?
I just thought the film was really like boring because like people were like shooting each other all the time and like you
Yeah, they
had to
just
like actually kind
garrote
of like
each
pay
other and hit each other
attention a
with
little bit.
chains.
Yeah, it's just boring.
I fell asleep 3 seconds in. It turns out I have narcolepsy.
Wait, did our good friend Claudio leave us?
Oh, I think he did. Were we being rude?
Oh, I gave him the floor to speak, and then he just left. Like,
I'm pretty sure
let
he's
the
going to come
record.
back. I think his thing was roboting, and he's definitely going to come back and engage us in the conversation and be
I'm
contributing.
sure he will.
Yes.
I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
Can somebody
but-
help me find my freaking fracking house key? I can't find it anywhere.
Who I think took
I
it?
told you.
Oh.
Have you asked Scooby?
Yeah.
Scooby.
Can you retrace? Do you remember
All
the
right,
last
hold
time
on.
you had it, Aiden?
Hold on. He's sleeping. Be quiet. I can't ask him right now.
He's so cute.
Wait, the dog or Aiden?
Does it matter?
Well, you said that they're so cute, and I was just,
No, I was talking about the dog. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Okay, that makes sense.
Wow, Deviant. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But
Another time.
In another life.
Oh,
So-
Far what are you gonna do in Greece? It's gonna be greasy. Are you there, Far
Yeah, yes, I am. Sorry, I was just having another quick drink of Triple X. Sorry about that.
Aiden. So I wasn't able to get you the thing I was originally looking at, because the website was, it was just being weird. So I got something from Amazon instead, which is, I think is
Well,
better.
is it a new house key? I hope it's a new house key.
No, but do you remember the last time you had the key? Like when was the last time you had it?
Okay, so I had to have used it to open the door to get back into the house from when I was with Scooby on this walk. But from there, it's all just a blank. Like, I remember the next place I was in was in the office, but I've looked in my office.
Did you retrace
all
your
over
steps
the
from the door? That's what I usually do.
Oh, I've turned the entranceway of this home completely upside down looking for this thing.
Well, I'm
I mean,
actually
worst
right.
comes to worst, I've got it. Me and Brianna has a key, so we can get it copied.
What if it's the
Yeah.
stole your key?
I'm right there with you right now, Aiden, because I currently can't find my wallet. But I did lose some money yesterday, and I found it today. So maybe there's hope.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like, and then I used that money to get your present or whatever. So that was good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You know what's gonna happen? I already know what's gonna happen. Brianna's gonna come home from work, and she's gonna find this freaking key within 10 minutes of her being home.
Well, usually if I'm looking for something and I can't find it, I'll just stop, and then I end up finding it when I'm not looking for it anymore.
I wish my mind worked that way, AJ, but it doesn't.
Yeah, sometimes stuff just disappears. I think it was gnomes that stole it, Aiden.
I want to go play Tarkov with Mark, and I wanted to go out and scoot even more because this is one of the last warm days.
You're not locked out of your house, are you, or your apartment?
No. Like I said,
Okay.
I had to have gotten in here with the key, so it's in here somewhere.
Maybe you put it on top of the fridge, or in the fridge. Sometimes I put things in the fridge or the freezer for some.
Fridge, maybe I put it on the. You know what? Hold on. I'm literally that desperate at this point. I'm looking through my freaking refrigerator right now. Where the heck?
I mean, it's like, you probably are thinking, like, why isn't it just in my pocket, right? Did you change your pants or what you were wearing? Because that's how I misplaced the money, is that it was in my pocket of my jacket.
See, I checked my military museum pants, but they couldn't have been in there because I changed out of those into my casual pants.
Casual pants.
I forgot to
I
tell
like
you
that term.
last night Dan wanted Father Charles to come on the show. He wanted to talk to him.
Oh, you wanted Dan to come on?
Dan wanted.
He wanted Father Charles to go on Proverbs Guy's show.
Yeah.
Oh, that's because Achilles is all paranoid because Father Charles said that he has information that can expose Achilles, and he's been like all butthurt about that. You know, there's
Hey,
one thing that they say about Achilles, and what they say about Achilles is that you shouldn't mess with him. That's not a threat, though.
I see Father Charles' treachery from far away with my
I haven't done
telescope.
Achilles in a minute. I have to redevelop my Achilles. I haven't done his voice in a long time.
Aiden, I will say, for somebody who does incredible impressions, your Javier Bardem impression from No Country for Old Men was the worst impression I've ever heard you do, bar
Shut
none.
up, all right?
It was. It was.
I've seen like fucking freaking. You see what you made me do? Do you see what you made me
Sorry.
do? You see what you made a hypocrite out of me, AJ? I'm sorry, Gangster Ghost. But you know I'm triggered when I do that. You know that you've actually triggered me when you've done
And
that.
now I feel bad.
I've seen like 2 minutes of the movie. I've seen 2
Okay.
minutes.
Well, then maybe don't do an impression of that
Well,
based
you
on
know
that.
what? I thought I'd be a little funny, but I guess not. I guess I've got just Roger Ebert worth of a critic looking at me and thinking that this is just the
No.
worst thing ever, even though it's transcendent art and you're just afraid of that because
Aiden,
it represents a
we
bold
all
new
know
approach
that you
toward the
have a powerful,
character.
strong chin, Aiden. Don't compare
A
yourself to Roger
bold
Ebert.
new approach toward the character that you don't feel comfortable with because you have a Roger Ebert-esque approach that everything just needs to stay the same all the time. Nothing can ever change. Aiden's
No,
doing something different with the character. 1 star.
no, Aiden. We all know that you are twice the chin that Roger Ebert is.
One might even say 1,000 times the chin. 10,000 times even.
Hi, Far
Um,
Charles.
how many more
Ebert is the
times are you
anti-chin.
than something that is negative? You know,
He's the
that's what I'm
anti-chin.
wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Far Charles. You
Hello,
there? Hi,
I'm
Far
here.
Charles. Guys. Yeah. Last night, what's his name? Wanted you to come on. Dan. He wanted to talk to you.
Well,
Do you have
yeah,
inside info on Achilles?
I heard
Chuck, you're
about
not
that.
excited to talk with Dan? I didn't hear you jump for joy the moment that Dan's name got mentioned. What the heck, Chuck?
This is how I sound when I'm excited.
I heard
Oh,
about that.
I have to say, AJ, somebody that does do good impressions, your Father Charles impression is also pretty horrible.
I acknowledge that, Aiden. Are you laughing because it's bad, or
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't
okay?
go on Dan's show without a translator, and I couldn't find one.
I'm a pretty good Dan's later, honestly.
Damn it. Aiden, I want to walk 2 things by you, if that's okay.
Okay. Only briskly jog them by me,
Okay,
please.
I'll segue them.
All right.
The first thing is that
You Paul Blart Mall Cop then.
I wasn't
Asshole.
sure if you were joking, but I actually did find the shirt that you were talking about. When I said I was going to get you something, you're like, "It better be the shirt." And I actually found it after I had sent the original stuff, and I wasn't sure if you were joking, but it was also like $30.
Dude, it's a
I was
fun
like,
shirt.
well, maybe Christmas.
Sweet.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you actually liked it or if you were being ironic. Like, look at how like
Hell
this
yeah, I
is
want that shirt. That shirt's
okay.
awesome.
Okay, well, I can get it and in that color too. So I'll bookmark that thing, the link. Okay, the second thing. Oh, jeez. I'm drawing a blank. Oh no. Okay, I think this is what I was gonna say. I know I wanted to talk about this generally, but I think you'd probably agree with me, and others would that there's a link. I think there's a direct link between intelligence and people who are funny or witty, like having a good sense of humor and intelligence. Because like if I
Well,
think
that
it makes sense because
AJ,
yeah,
I don't mean to interrupt, but that
no,
leaves
that's okay.
all the PG guys out.
Well, I'm more
Well,
referring to Lupin.
that being a given aside, Father Charles. No, I agree to a decent extent. I think that in order to have like an acerbic wit, and in order
Yeah,
to like
yeah,
really be on your toes and um, be able to constantly make jokes that people find funny, yeah, that definitely takes a level of intellect. Sure.
yeah.
Oh, that's why I'm only laughing at my own jokes.
I
No,
laugh at your jokes all the time, IKEA. What are you talking about?
I went. I was in a bad mood yesterday. I went back and listened to the stream that we were on yesterday. You know, before Josh came in and totally killed the vibe, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Stream was one of the funniest streams I had been on in a long time. The
Oh yeah,
movies, the fake movies, and then my
yeah,
Dune script.
that was great.
Yeah,
Missing Mod didn't appreciate that very much.
she told me she thought it was funny.
At first,
And
she was all like, "You can come in here and explain what happened with that." He acts like he's always so nice to me all the time, and then
all I did was literally just like write down what she had said. I'd seen verbatim in one of her other like stream intros.
Deviant, should I speak
Yeah.
more Swedish to you?
Yes, please do.
You won't laugh at me anymore?
we got
Well,
some traditional Swedish folk music in the background.
She'll try to withhold her laughter for
yes.
to be polite. Yeah, like to be to think of jokes quickly and to be witty, to get jokes or to be able to think of a joke that works on multiple levels. Definitely having a good sense of humor too. And then with somebody like Lupin, it's like his idea of a joke is reading a Bible verse in a stream.
Yes. Because
Well,
he
you have to
Well,
understand.
and
he
when I
approaches
pointed out to
faith.
him,
Hey,
go ahead, sorry,
that's all right. Well, now I forget what I
Deviant.
was going to say. I'm kidding. Well, now
Deviant
it
got
ain't
in there.
funny. We have to remember Lupin is the lower level of humor. So,
I thought you
anyway.
were gonna say human.
Yeah, I was a little worried at first there as well that we were going to start getting into some Jim Crow 3/5 of a person.
The Lupin compromise.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Well, then you'd
The
have Dan
Mason
Pazzi
Lupin line.
rushing in to defend him. The Mason Lupin line. The Lupin, the Lupinsiana purchase.
Lupisian.
I struggled to even say that one. I think you get it.
Yes, I do.
Lupinsiana purchase.
Then you have North Claudiana and South Claudiana. You got all the.
Yeah, instead of Coney Island, it's Claudio Island.
Yeah. There you go.
No,
The Claudio institution.
everyone thinks that Lupin's parents made that Louisiana purchase, but I backed them all.
Oh my goodness. I've been pacing around this house this entire stream looking for this freaking key, guys. This isn't
I'm
good.
telling you, you got to take a break.
Have you checked the outside of the door?
Yes, I did
Okay.
that. I was like, oh man, what if no, it wasn't there. So either somebody yoinked it and I've really got to be like quite vigilant of my property for the next like couple of weeks. Or
Be careful, Aiden. Lupin made it finally, flown to Canada and outside.
oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. I don't know if he'd be able to fit on my porch, so I think I should be all right. I don't
Are
think.
there other keys on the? Is it on a key ring with other keys?
No, it's just one by itself.
Do you? Where do you keep your scooter, Aiden?
It's none of your business, AJ.
Okay.
I definitely don't keep by far the most flammable object in my house right next to my cabinet that has my valuable Dune collection, because that would just be absurd.
Well, I saw your bookends and I thought they were very cool.
They are very cool. There's only 2,000 of them.
Oh, really? Are they made of wood?
I believe they're made of a kind of resin.
I can see that. Weed resin?
That's right. That's right. Yes.
They would
This is a
smell
little side
terrible.
hustle of mine for a
They
little while.
just smell awful.
Yeah. Smell like an actual sandworm, so.
Well, sandworms are supposed to smell like cinnamon, I think. So.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
like
they
an
do.
overpoweringly strong smell of
Well,
cinnamon.
they're like flinty cinnamon almost because of the desert.
Mm.
Mm.
So I will say I guess
Where is it?
it's not spoiling anything anymore. But the thing I wanted to get was do you know about the analog magazines, right? Analog of
Yes.
science fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
I was
were
looking at one
the
of
original.
those, March 1965, because it had a really cool artwork on the cover. And then the section of Dune that it has is one of my favorite parts because it's with the Baron and Count Fenrir.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is that for some reason, 2 inches of the cover have been cut off.
What?
And I'm like, who did that? What the hell?
Why?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I have no idea.
that doesn't even make sense because the one that's
Well,
really
it
common
does.
for Dune collectibles is the price on the dust jacket to be clipped, and that was typically done when it was like gifted to
Oh,
somebody, and
okay.
that
Makes
really
sense.
drastically affects the price of things.
No,
Did
it's the word, where it says analog at the top.
Yeah.
Yes, it was cut off for some reason, and
did
I'm
you say
like,
it was like an inch?
it says
It's
two
like 2
inches.
inches.
It's
Oh,
like a big
two
chunk.
inch.
The artwork
Yeah.
isn't really affected, but like,
Because had it been an inch,
Yeah,
then
but
I'd
you
say
want the whole
someone
thing
used it to make a
intact.
roach.
yeah. So because
Someone used it to make a rope.
those sellers were based in Canada, and then the sellers who are in America want $100 import fee to ship to Canada. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna pay that. Because I wanted one with the full cover, you know what I mean? So I ended up getting something else, but it's two things. I'll say that.
I keep lupinizing the Louisiana Purchase, and now I'm doing it to
Right?
the Battle of Louisiana in 1814.
Oh.
1814, took a little trip to my liquor cabinet to have a little sip.
Stump. Never mind. Reconstruction plus stump.
I drank my 40, but ain't kept coming. There wasn't as much liquor as there was a while ago.
AJ,
Yes.
I found this old video have a bit of a clip of Steven Anderson's wife back in the day. It's 7 years ago. Is that crazy? How everything's
A clip that
all
I
apart.
have,
I
or
do.
oh, okay.
It's
I
crazy.
haven't seen that, but I'm sure it is.
It's crazy. She never seemed like a person would be abusive.
Well, sometimes people that do that are able to present an image to the public that makes it seem like they are more morally upstanding citizens.
Steve Anderson, on the other hand, that guy seems like a psycho.
Well, he's
I'll
clearly got anger
redacted commit
issues.
murder if I don't find this key.
Steve Anderson, on the other hand, he's a psycho. So
He is a little bit. Well, yeah. I mean, are you defined as being crazy if you're committed to a insane asylum? You.
he was. It was crazy. He said this one guy committed him to it, I guess. And he banned him
Yeah,
out.
he was like, this guy is not to be trusted. You know, he's an enemy of Christ. He's sowing discord among brethren. I'm not talking about the internet app. I'm
He's
talking about
against Magic Man.
Magic Man with a magic plan
Steve
that
Hansen,
includes cancer and childhood leukemia.
oh, AG, what if it turns out he's related to Jen Anderson?
Gent
Look,
Anderson? Oh, Gent. Yeah. Well, I don't know. They'd probably be upsetting for Jen Anderson.
you've got to understand, all right, AJ. Those flies whose life cycle entirely exists of burrowing into the eyes of children and laying their eggs and rendering them blind for the rest of their life. That all happened because somebody ate a fruit one time. Okay, it all makes sense. Okay,
Right.
it's justice. It's
Right.
justice, AJ.
Justice or just ice?
Just ice.
That's what Kent.
Hey,
Like
that's
in
what I
chest
do.
That's what
ice.
Kent said.
That's what I do. I was talking about this with Deviant and Confidence, and now I'm going to reveal it for the public. But
No. But what about
I
our friendship?
I've
It
done
would
that a
be
few
worth
times
so
on
much
your
less.
stream. I've done it a few times on your stream, AJ, admittedly. But I love like just saying a word that's very obviously one thing with overwhelming sincerity and just getting it so blatantly wrong. Like expression yesterday, I was like, express ion. Yes.
Well, do you mean when you were reading usernames that is that what you're talking about? And they were
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
yeah. And you're like, oh, and you make me read the comments, AJ. Like, thanks for making me your organ grinding monkey, embarrassing me publicly.
AJ, just what I look like a Jesuit priest.
Gangster Ghost, have you found my key?
Sorry. I also look like
Can you rename this stream Aiden's Search for the Lost House Key?
yeah.
Gangster goes, you can't apologize for Aiden that you didn't find his key.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't say sorry for that. You did. Okay.
I'd take Captain Keys from the Halo universe at this point as well. That would be acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I could put
What
your
about
face
Key and
on
Peele?
what's his name's body, Indiana Jones, and put Aiden's search for the lost key.
Where's Peter from the Bible? He had the key to heaven. I'm sure that thing's like a skeleton key. It probably fits into my door. I don't know.
Did you guys know what the top 3 most hated baby names for boys are in the United States?
What's that?
No.
Braden, Caden, and Aiden.
AJ, that's not true.
Well, it's Aiden spelled Aiden. So
AJ, that's not true.
it is true though. Like,
it's not
just
true. It's not
well,
true.
you don't live in the United States, so it's fine, and it's also spelled different.
You need to try.
Yeah, you're right. It's fine. You're right.
I didn't make the list, Aiden. I don't hate the name.
Yeah.
See, he's
this guy
crying.
doing
Poor
it.
little guy.
Well, you could just be like me, just go by an abbreviation. Then people have to guess what your real name is.
Hey, Al. How's it going, Al?
What
Abbreviation.
You have a middle name, a middle initial, Aiden?
Yeah, I have Wayne, but that makes Owl, and I don't think that
No,
many
it
people
would
want
be
to call me,
Aw.
Hey, Owl.
Hey, aw. It's like aw, right? AW. All. You don't have to include the L, right? It's just
Hey,
aw.
Owl. You have any sewing that you need doing
People
lately?
don't call me age. Well, one of my friends.
Hey, Ag. How's
Yeah,
it going?
Adge.
Good old Adge.
I have to call Adge Pat before. Adge Pat.
Domination Doctrine.
Demolish
Micmac
Snipers.
Adgy-whack.
Oh, hi, how are you today?
Peace and respect, everyone. How are you?
Is that Tim or Brother Pike? My
That's
vision is not
Richard.
here.
Either one.
Rich herd, a rich herd of sheep, a shepherd.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Our
rich
Lord
herder.
Shepherd.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
sure.
see.
Why not?
Okay.
Richard, do you know where my house key is, man? I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is.
I do know where it is.
Oh.
And you knew this whole time, and you only came on now. I thought we were
I've
friends,
only known
Richard.
it was lost for about a few minutes. I mean,
You know,
how bad
Aiden.
have you suffered? I mean, really.
Aiden,
AJ's
just
gonna give me good advice again. He's gonna be like, "Hey, you should probably take a break and like focus on your mental health and maybe like
no.
worry about stuff that doesn't like
I'll do you
worry
one
about
better, Aiden.
obsessing over this."
I'll do you one better. One better. In times of strife, this is something I think about. So you have Sonic the Hedgehog, Knuckles, Amy Rose. I didn't even know she could stand.
I have such terrible humor. I'm very, very
I'm
sorry.
proud.
Deviant laughed, and I was
I don't.
confused
Yeah, I
if
don't
I
think.
should laugh or not. And I'm
Do you want
glad
you?
that
You
I
want me to
cast
repeat the
my
joke?
lot. I'm glad. I'm glad that if this was ancient Athens, I voted with the black stone and not the white
Well,
stone on that
the
one. You
the
know,
Bible tells us not to cast our pearls before swine. So,
that's
Am
true.
I the swine?
do you
No,
want me to repeat
that's
the
actually
joke, Aiden?
referring to swine flu.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
that's good. Uh,
Sure.
Richard,
Do you want me to repeat the joke, Aiden?
AJ,
Yeah.
you do whatever you want there, Mister Adge.
I said, Amy Rose. I didn't even know she could stand.
Oh, ha 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 ha!
There you go. That's how you do it.
Sorry, I couldn't contain myself there. I got a little excited.
You sounded like a chattering penguin.
That was pretty specific.
Richard, have you ever been on the PG show,
PG. I don't think
Power
so.
Guys?
Who?
The Power Guys?
No, I don't think so.
Proverbs
Prolapse
guy.
boys.
Yeah. Oh.
What do
Yeah.
they do?
They
They
have prolapse.
yeah.
They can't allow that on YouTube, Deviant. All right, they tried that content route like 2 years ago, and their channel got shut down. All right, so
I'm
stop
so
bringing it
sorry.
up.
I
Stop bringing up
didn't.
this dark chapter in their history.
I
Okay, they
didn't
want it swept under
know.
the rug.
They got the great.
I like Deviant's name for Proverbs guy.
It's pretty good. No, it's pretty
Yeah.
good.
They got the great Achilles on there. He's very
They
drunk.
do.
They teach. They do Bible studies. They do all kinds of stuff. What else do they do? Dan's on there. He talks about stuff.
I don't know. I
I think
normally can't
Achilles.
talk to. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think Achilles thinks of himself a lot like Brad Pitt, but I think he's a little bit more like Steven Seagal, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah, he's like World War Z. He thinks he's Fight Club Brad Pitt when he's more like World War Z Brad Pitt.
is
I'd
he?
still rather be World War Z Brad Pitt than Steven Seagal, dude.
Well, yeah. Mark
I mean,
Stoney likes that movie.
once his mother exposed him as a fraud, it's pretty much over from there.
So hip hop and on, that's Lupin's dad. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Wow.
That
Wow.
explains
Okay.
so much.
Gee
I mean,
whiz.
what's really the problem with that? I don't see what the problem necessarily is with that, AJ. What's the issue?
Well, I mean, he said that since Kent Hovind is Norwegian, that means he knows more about genes than scientists.
What?
Yeah, all
What?
Norwegians do.
What?
Yeah, Norwegians are tied into their environment because there's lots of flowers there, and um,
You know, North America,
I
we've
don't
got
know, bro.
football. South America, they got soccer. Norway,
They
genetics.
know they're more intuitive and know
That's
more
a good.
about the genes than the
That's a good
scientists.
culturally sensitive synopsis of every continent of the world. Richard, thank you. You know, North America, they got football. South America, they got soccer. You know, like India, they got cricket. So it's basically everything if you really think about it.
I
Yeah, and then in Palestine they have kick the decapitated head
We
around.
got rock throwing. You know, all the major sports.
Hey, don't be down in some people just for their national pastime.
It's true.
Aiden, have you seen Kent's comments on Palestine recently? In
Oh,
Israel?
I'm sure they're really good. I'm
and
sure
well
Kent.
thought
I'm
out.
sure Kent is really sensitive to the issue, and I'm sure Kent
Mm.
is against the genocide that's taking
Yeah,
place
no, he
today. Now,
started. Yeah, he started his stream with a moment of silence for the victims, and then he went on this long rant talking about how Israel is funded by the United States. Oh no, no, he said bomb, 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 Iran. That's what, and he
yeah,
said that Israel got attacked and they're defending themselves. And I'm starting the timeline right there, right after Israel gets attacked. Nothing happened before that.
More nasally. You need to be more nasally. Speak through
Mm.
your nose more.
Okay, yeah. Please
The
tell me how to
accent
do a
was pretty
Kent Hovind
good, but
impression. It's not like I've built my whole brand on it.
You just need to talk entirely with your nose, AJ. You can't even, like, use your mouth at all whatsoever.
Is that
What?
is that supposed to be a Kent impression or Dan Posey?
Yes.
the gap, like the silence. Yeah.
it's all about comedic timing, my friend.
Well, I have to commend myself for comedic timing on the stream yesterday when Gangster Go Gangster Ghost asked me if I had seen Prometheus. I'm like, yeah, I hated it.
that was great. That was fantastic.
Listening to that back, I don't know.
Oh, that was funny.
I would have said last week.
Aiden, the fake movies, Aiden, that you were I was watching that back and that was really good.
I mean, I hope that we get to watch that movie about the struggle for Polish independence in 1927 that was filmed from the perspective of a dying crow. I really do.
Yeah. A dying crow. Just the way you said a dying crow.
What was the camera just like lay on the ground and flip sideways and flip the other way? What do you mean perspective of a dying crow? What does that mean?
Well, we were talking about a very avant-garde movie that AJ was trying to show me yesterday, and that's the synopsis of the movie.
Yeah, and when I gave my movie example, you actually couldn't hear me, but I was saying that my movie was called Confessions of a Wall Vascular Plant, and then it was about lesbian cowboys eating pudding, and it was 4.5 hours long.
Oh, Cartman.
But all you hear is just that it was the title, and then that it's 4.5 hours long.
Oh, is that from Cartman from South Park?
Exactly. Yep, that's exactly it.
Are you the real life?
Good call.
You're the real life Cartman. Aiden's the real life Stan. Wow.
I think Lupin is more Cartman.
Yes.
Aiden can be Stan. I'll be Kyle.
Who's gonna be Ken? Oh my goodness, I'm Ken, aren't I?
Oh, I just had a dark thought for a joke right there.
Look, you're already a dead Egyptian god. Why not be Kenny?
Exactly.
You know that joke. You know the joke
Alexander.
is bad when AJ is like, "Well, maybe I should like walk that one back before I throw it
I was
out
gonna
there."
say Kenny was Stephen Alexander.
That doesn't.
Yeah.
That's not an invitation to throw it out there, AJ.
Sorry.
If anything, that's me like reinforcing, like, "Wow, I'm glad AJ didn't do that." And AJ's like, "Anyway, so the joke was."
Well, you know, I won't say anything about your comments about Terry.
Hey.
I said I wouldn't say anything.
You did though.
Oh, well, he said that she was
Terry?
a lovely person.
Okay, now you're really commenting on it a lot.
That's it. That was it.
Who's Terry?
Terry Strange.
Who's that?
She's a YouTuber that Lupin has been hitting on. Like, Terry, what are you doing tonight, Terry? It's like, I'm going to a concert with my friend who's flying in, and so we're going to see a cool and interesting band. What are you doing tonight, Lupin?
Are you gonna take the stairs?
I think I'm gonna be going to the pool. I'm gonna lay out sort of like a beach whale situation, but or a squid with less ink.
Thank you for the situation that subtly confirms that Lupin is indeed Brett Keen's offspring. I do appreciate
Or
that.
the situation from Jersey Shore.
I really just wish that show didn't exist, generally
I used to
speaking.
watch it,
Yeah.
ironically. Me and my friends would watch it
Is that
ironically.
really ironic, though?
It
Is
You'd
it?
was,
watch it and point out the irony?
yeah. I
I
would say
watch soap
no because
operas, but I only watch
I
them
ended up liking
ironically.
it. I ended up unironically kind of liking it.
Oh, I'm very sad for you, but I'm glad you're back with us.
Yeah.
If you were cool like me, you wouldn't even know what Jersey Shore means.
Well, I only know
AJ,
that it is something, and I think it's on TV. But they said it was something of a soap opera.
It was a cultural
Oh, okay.
phenomenon.
Okay,
AJ
sure.
probably thinks Friends was a good show, you know.
I've seen like one episode of Friends.
And that was enough to get him hooked.
I know. I much prefer Seinfeld or Frasier.
What's the deal with airline food? Yeah, it's a great show.
Yeah, I
Funny
love the episode,
guy!
especially
Funny
it's
guy
really
right
funny,
here!
especially the episode where George's wife dies.
That's hilarious.
Yes, well, his fiance, because George Costanza cheaps out and gets the envelopes with the glue that is toxic, and she's licking the envelopes to send out the invitations, and she does it so much that she gets poisoned and dies.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Like Jerry, they were cheaper. You got the cheap envelopes, George. I have no idea, Jerry. No idea.
That is so dark. I love it.
I give
I
up.
know.
I
They
Because
give
I
stopped
up.
kind of
showing the
hate
episode after
Seinfeld.
9/11 and the anthrax attacks. They stopped showing it on syndication.
I give
I
I'm
up.
wonder
serious.
why.
I'm done.
Done?
You're
You can't be done.
you're not looking. You're not looking anymore.
No, it's just gone.
Well,
I've accepted that.
I think you'll find it. I'm confident.
Have you looked in your shoes?
Um,
You know
is there
what?
are there like cracks like between
You
like
know what? Hold on.
You're lucky
Hold
the
I'm
on,
not
wall
Deviant.
and
Canadian.
like the counter and like the fridge like maybe it fell and it's like there's like
Deviant's whole life is hinging on whether or
cabinet
not
under
my
the
key is
sink.
in my shoe right now.
Yes.
Do you have a rug in your bathroom?
Deviant, I regret to inform you that it was not in my shoes.
Dang.
Do you have a rug in your bathroom, Aiden?
I do, but here I'm gonna look outside again real quick. Hold on.
Maybe it's under the rug.
Have you
You didn't
tried
flush it down the
prayer?
toilet, did you?
Did you try praying and just asking where the keys are?
Lord Vishnu,
Magic Man,
give me
Magic Man, give me
sight
my
beyond
keys.
sight.
Magic Man, Magic Man, show me where my keys are. I know you can.
It didn't work.
Flanders to God, get after your cloud and save my Todd.
That didn't work either.
Did you look under
Oh,
the
I've received
bath
information
mat
on
in
things
the
that were less
bathroom?
important. Okay,
I'm
that's
voting for
creepy.
under the rug in the bathroom.
AJ, I got a picture of Ken when he was a kid.
Oh really?
Yeah, look.
That's creepy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Pineapple Man.
That's the last thing you see before you die.
All right, I'm looking underneath the bathroom rug.
check your pocket.
It's not.
Now you're
It's
just
not
being
there.
silly. Yeah, it's not under the bathroom rug.
Let me look.
Well, then I say abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
Aiden, serious question. Like, actual, seriously, not a joke.
Yeah.
What happened that was unusual today as you were getting out of the car or going into your house. What happened that was what was it that was distracting you?
Anything distracting me?
Something unusual. What was it?
What do you usually do with the key when you come in?
That's
So I have a
no,
hook.
that's the
that
wrong
I
way to
put
do
it
it. He's
through
already
the
done that.
door.
He's
Yeah.
already been through that.
Oh,
No,
okay. I was
so
curious.
I came home. I got Scooby out of his little harness, and I took off his leash. And
What's Scooby? Your dog?
Scooby's my dog. Yeah, I went on a walk with him, and I used the key to unlock the door to my house.
So do you normally
Is it possible
use
you
the
dropped it
keys?
while walking him?
I couldn't have dropped it while I was walking because I used the key to unlock the door to my house.
Okay.
Get back in. Yeah.
Okay.
So it has to be in the house somewhere.
And
Because you
what did
haven't left
Scooby
the
do after
house,
that?
right? You haven't left the house,
I have not left the house. No.
so it's in
What did
there. Okay.
what did Scooby do after that?
Did you feed him?
We walked into the office, and
Uh-huh.
he laid down, and I scritched his belly.
Did you feed him after you got back inside?
Sofa.
I'm being overwhelmed by feedback. What's going on?
Sorry.
In the sofa, under Scooby, or between like the cushions of the sofa.
There's
I
no
have scooped.
sofa in the office.
There is no sofa in the office. So after I was in the office, I left there and I went into the bedroom. I went into the bedroom to go
Okay.
grab
I
some
have a question.
treats.
Do you own a metal detector?
For Scooby. No, I do not own a metal detector.
Damn. That would have been. Can you get one? How fast can you get one?
I think it would be faster to just copy a key at that point.
Yeah, but that would be a cool way to find it. You have to admit that.
It would be. No, it would be. For the umpteenth time, I'm going to search my dresser right next to my bed here. I'm
Why
going
is that in the
to.
office?
Behind the dresser and around the dresser.
How'd you scratch a dog's belly with a set of keys in your hand? How'd you do that?
No, the keys were in my pocket at that point.
The keys were in your pocket at that point. How do you know that?
I know it was in my. I don't know for sure. Actually,
No, you don't. Of course not. You're assuming that.
No, you're right. You're correct. That is an assumption. What unusual happened?
I'm voting for.
Normally,
I'm
when
voting
people
for
do stuff like this, it's because they broke their habit.
It's the pants changing moment that's the critical thing for me.
Yeah, but for completely
Well,
different
no, but
reasons.
you
Come
already
on.
you were already in your casual pants when you were walking Scooby, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I
never
had my
mind.
key in my pocket there. And my pockets for my casual pants have zippers, as I think almost all pockets honestly should have zippers.
They probably
it's just
should.
better.
Really?
Absolutely. You think pockets should
No,
just be
no.
open to the world?
I'm surprised that they have zippers. I was just like, because I was expecting, because I've had a problem with like basketball shorts or wherever, casual shorts, where it's actually easier for like a phone or wallet to fall out of them, like when I'm in my car. So I'm surprised.
But you'll be looking for pairs with zippers now, won't you?
Well, at least it's still better than women's pants that have fake pockets.
Yes.
That is true.
What sadistic person invented that?
Well,
Women who don't want panty lines and pocket lines.
No, women have said that they want pockets.
Yes.
No, but this is Brianna. I wish Brianna was here because she would have immediately launched into a tirade about this.
What's on the keys aside from key? What's on the key ring
It's the
aside
one.
from
It's a one key that's on a ring that could go on a keychain, but it's just on one little ring by itself.
Just a ring with nothing colorful about it. There's
no. It's a
nothing at all, just a
bronze-like
key
looking
with
key.
a ring.
Yeah, it's a bronze-looking key with a bronze-looking key ring.
Have you considered getting really mad and yelling a lot?
Maybe I have, AJ. I don't know.
Who hasn't?
You know, for some
that's
reason
like
that
a
didn't
cure for
manifest the
hiccups or
key.
something.
Well, usually in these type of situations, causing yourself to get anxious and worked up and stressed out definitely helps, in my experience.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that helps you focus better. You know.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
for
see.
someone who does miniatures and very often like things just flies out of my hand. It's not until I have accepted that even though they can only be in my apartment, I will never, ever, ever find them. I just need to move on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If
And
you know you're in there, what I would do is just stop looking, and then I end up finding them when I'm not looking for it. Basically.
yep, yep.
Yeah, that's really easy for my mind to do. Just like,
No, it's
you know.
not. It has taken me years to learn that.
No, you said it was easy for his mind, not it was easy for your mind.
Well, I think he was
Oh,
being
oh yeah.
sarcastic. Maybe I'm just
Uh,
good at picking up on Aiden's subtle sarcasm from spending so much time talking to him.
No, but so
You're right. 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 I'm gonna stop.
I'm left.
I'm gonna stop looking. No, you're not. I just said you were right.
So
Mm.
I heard, Aiden, I heard you briefly reviewed the Bible a little bit and know a tiny, tiny percentage of it. And I also heard that you're willing to discuss it.
Yes, that's correct.
That's why I came on here.
Oh, I see. Well,
It
you
really,
came
it
on
really
to talk
was
to
not
me.
to talk about a lost house key. It really wasn't.
Well, you know, Richard,
Hmm.
the
Not to
comings and
disrespect
goings
your
of my
needs.
daily life are a mystery to the best of us. So,
That's for most of us, really.
I do apologize for taking up your valuable time.
Did you ever find the
Well, thank you.
key?
It took you long enough.
Wow.
Yes, that was sarcasm. Thanks for laughing.
I
Wow.
got it. Don't worry.
Wow.
I picked up what
Wow.
you were laying down.
My babe.
Richard.
What deep?
Oh, Richard, are you friends
Sir.
with that one guy, General Sophific?
Yes, generally specific is a friend of mine like every other human on the planet.
Oh, that's good. What about
You're friends with
Miss?
every human on the planet?
Well, I want to be. Some of them don't know it yet.
Oh, that's
Oh, you're like
What's
Jesus.
that, gangster?
what you say?
Gangster.
Yeah.
No, he
You
was
had a
asking you.
follow-up thing. You were going to say something,
Oh,
gangster.
oh yeah. You're friends with Miss Maud.
Missing mod, yes.
What about Miss Hopkins?
I'm sorry, your mic cut out. It sounded like you said Miss Apples.
Miss Outcast.
Miss Outcast. Not met that friend yet.
She's right there beside you.
Oh,
right here.
well, the name there reads Deviant Outcast, and I didn't know that was the same person as Miss Outcast. Sorry.
Oh,
What about
that's
Aiden?
okay. I forgive you.
Are you friends with Aiden?
Aiden and I have spoken before. Yeah, I consider Aiden a friend. Yeah.
Oh, what about AJ?
Feeling is
Uh,
mutual.
brand new friends, just met.
Oh, okay. What about Achilles?
Who?
Achilles. He's called the Great.
Achilles. I think we may know each other exist, but very, very briefly.
Are you friends with this Jesuit priest?
The belly looks familiar, but the face does not.
What about Man Dude?
Is that Lupin?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I've seen him before. Haven't had the pleasure.
I
What about
recognize that neck anywhere.
what about this guy? He's a gangster.
He's a white guy with cornrows. Nope, not one of the friends I've met yet.
It's a good look. It's a good look. White people with cornrows. It's a great look.
I was actually thinking about getting into my beard and then having a wrap at the bottom like the ancient Mesopotamians did. I think that's super cool looking.
You know, that's kind of, you know what? I could respect that. I could respect. What I can't respect is the image that was just displayed on the screen. I can't respect that.
I think it's cultural appropriation, and I think it's at least semi-disrespectful if it's not an honorable homage.
Nothing about Stephen Bolin is honorable.
Okay, you'll have that on these long jobs.
But he's Stephen Bowman.
Exactly.
What about? Are you friends with Father Charles?
What aboutism?
Who?
Yeah. Father Charles.
Sorry. Father Charles? I didn't know the father's name was Charles. That's amazing. How'd you find that out?
He's on here.
I thought it was Howard.
The duck?
You know, our Father who art in heaven, Howard be his name.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I appreciate that.
Howard the duck?
No,
That's
Howard
right.
the Father.
Oh.
The text tells me to call no one the Father but God.
Oh.
I didn't know his name was Charles. I thought it was Howard. So I don't know that there can be a Father Charles. There's already a Father Howard.
Oh, okay.
So,
that's true.
It seems conflicting to me.
He's clearly got a friend named Will as well, because it says, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done."
Yeah.
Oh,
it's his will. Will's a slave. It's not a friend.
It's true. True.
What about? Are you friends with? Brian.
Does Brian have a last name or a nickname or something to go with Brian?
Brian Daniel. He's on
Brian
the
who?
guys.
I'm
Brian
straining at my
Dingleberry?
headphones, but I just get. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think he's talking about Brian Dingleberry.
No, a different guy. Brian Daniel. He's on the
Richard, would you like to
the
pursue the?
Proverbs. Oh, Ryan from Proverbs.
Ryan. Well, that's
Yeah.
different than Brian. Sorry.
Yes.
Ryan Dankin. Not yet.
Ryan
but I hope
Daniel.
to be.
Daniel.
Ryan Daniel. Hope to be.
Richard, would you like to discuss the topic that you came here for? I don't mean to keep you waiting.
That would also be okay. Yes.
What would you like to talk about?
Right.
I like to argue major overviews of ancient religious texts. The Bible is one of the ones that I argue. Aiden says that he has read it for academic reasons and seems to be actually quite knowledgeable about the text of the Bible. I find that interesting. I myself was, when I first started to read it, was an anti-theist.
And now?
And now I would call myself a theist and a Christ follower, but I can't call myself a Christian because there's so much baggage attached that really doesn't make sense to me and doesn't apply.
Cool.
So I have to use funky terms. All the good names have been taken, Outcast. Like,
I get it.
I really am non-denominational, but I can't say that.
I know.
Because there's this sect that's not non-denominational. They are denominational, and they call themselves not. And I can't. They ruined it for me. It's awful. They're liars too. They're just outright lying.
I empathize with you.
Because their real stance, the non-denominationals, their real stance is, oh, you'll accept our Christ eventually. Well, that's not non-denomination. Come on. Okay, so big overview stuff. So Aiden, I asked you, and I would give you, your brain has had some time, and maybe in the unconscious or subconscious mind, you have reviewed this to some extent and could answer with more clarity than you did the first time. Not that your first answer was absolutely insufficient, but I would want to inquire the same question again, which was, how did you read it without prejudice?
How did I read it without prejudice? So, I would argue that I didn't read it without prejudice. I think I read it with the same, if not similar, amount of prejudice that I would have approached any work that I read. Now, I do things to try to mitigate the amount of prejudice that I have while reading it. but I definitely think that I engage in some level of prejudicial thinking when engaging with scriptural content. Sure, I mean, I think everybody has to deal with some level of presuppositional thinking whenever they attack or encounter or try to overcome any issue in their life or topic for that matter. And scripture is one of those things that, especially for the breadth and depth of what it has to say about things. I'd like to think, although I've attempted to minimize that prejudice, it still certainly is present.
Well, I have to say that recognition of prejudice, as you've given the description of self and the realization thereof, would at least help a person look for when they are being prejudiced. So, congratulations for that. Most people don't get that far.
Thank you. I mean, I do I do think it's valuable for anybody to realize that whenever they're looking into something, because without understanding their prejudice, I think it's much easier to get trapped in this lofty idea that you don't need to know anything more about it than what you've already read or what you've already understood. Whereas it's much better to continually refine your understanding of those things. I think that that's another way that you can try to minimize that kind of prejudice is a constant reevaluation of your conclusions that you've come to when it relates to those topics. And
Excellent,
perhaps upon
especially in the face of
reevaluation.
new information. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
And
sure.
I
great.
mean, there is a
Your turn.
reason why we had. I'm sorry if I'm cutting in, but on the topic of, because what you're actually talking about is, of course, bias. Uh,
Right.
and we had a 5-week course on bias alone
It, it
when I took uh, archaeology.
oh,
We
very
had
good.
a slightly shorter, or it wasn't short, but it wasn't like um, it wasn't set apart as a special like part of the education. It was more what's the word? Spread out and gone over in Egyptology. But in
So it
archaeology, we
wasn't a
spent five.
subject. It was an over. There was a constant reminder.
Yeah, exactly.
I
While
see.
in archaeology, we had like a 5 weeks only about bias.
I think they would have better served you to just not teach you what's mainstream thinking.
Well, that's not really the same thing, though.
Why is mainstream not bias?
I mean, I'm not saying it's not bias. I'm saying bias take much more forms than just mainstream. Bias is, for instance, uh, having your eyes colored by the world you live in here and now,
Yes.
and thinking that ancient societies worked the same way as ours do,
Of
values
course not.
being the same and so forth. It goes into so much, uh, so many areas of, especially, I would say, sorry, archaeology.
That
Uh,
is a beautiful observation, true in reality to the best of my knowledge, and something that I was harshly reprimanded for doing.
oh, why?
Why? Because I needed harshly reprimanded for doing it.
Okay, okay,
I got what I needed.
okay. I see. I
I
see.
got
I see.
what was needed to grow me. I got that.
I see what you're saying. I think I
I would
misunderstood you
I
at
would give a
first.
direct for instance. I was doing a canvas rendering with paint and brush
Yeah.
of chapter 4 of the book of Revelation, and I'm in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and there's a native tribe here, which I didn't know there were any native tribes anymore until I got here. because I was just in a very well. Anyway, hadn't met any. Didn't know they still existed. Um, and he points at my painting of a biblical verse, and he says, "Red Star Kachina." And I asked him to stop, and he did stop for just a moment, but he said he had things to do. He pointed me to a library shelf and a specific book, and he was right. Now, the evident problem with that is Christianity hadn't been introduced in the northern Americas at the time that the Red Star Kachina had already been for, it's hard to say how long. Their people say, over 10,000 years. So how could they have an exact rendering of chapter 4 of the book of Revelation in costume and painted on the stomach of a Kachina in Zuni expression Native American?
Hey guys, I'm sorry, but I do have to go.
No.
Yeah,
Why?
I know. I'm sorry, but I
What'd you
do
find,
But you
appreciate
Katie?
the
can.
question, Richard, that you posed earlier. I do appreciate that, and I do hope that we can chat again sometime.
Not even scratching the surface of the beginnings of a conversation, but thank you as well.
I'm sorry. If I was able to stick around more, then I absolutely would, but I'm
No, I
limited
get
in
it.
my
You're not
time.
interested. You got better things to do. I get it. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say. You've got me. You've
Yes.
got
Yes.
me. No, I will talk to you again. Take
Peace.
care.
Bye.
Pike, what do you think of what Richard said?
I don't know what he said. I just came in.
Oh,
I said chapter 4 of the book of Revelation is painted on the chest and is the helmet of the Red Star Kachina, a Zuni Native American expression more than 10,000 years confirmed, at least, oral tradition, 10,000 years confirmed before Christian invasion.
Chapter 4, you're referring to when John goes to the open door and sees everything sitting there at the midst of the throne? Like, what
Right,
are
the
you saying
chapter in the
exactly
King
is
James is
painted?
called the throne room of heaven. Yeah,
Well, it's not
that's the one.
called that, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, somebody titled it Throne Room of Heaven, but it's not called that. You're right.
So you're saying that there's like a scene painted that looks like that scene?
The 24 elders with the four beasts with six wings each, all around the larger mercy seat, is painted on the stomach. If you include chapter 21, coloration, all of that sort of thing, shape, then that's his helmet. The apron over his shoulders is representative of the earth, and the helmet is floating above the earth. Yeah, like that.
Oh, I mean, I would certainly be willing to take a look at it.
Yeah, it's hard to find original renderings. So I'm going to say don't take the first answer you get, because a lot of Native American tribal religion was kept hidden for a very, very long time, and they actually took other tribes' religions and commercialized them and claimed it was their religion. So you have to find Red Star Kachina specifically.
Okay, are you able to send us a link or something that I can look at when I have time?
Been years since I looked it up. I will give an attempt. I can't make any promises because of the commercialism is so much more popular than the actuality. When you look something up online, it gives you the most popular answer, which in this case, in cases
Sure.
like this, is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be willing to take a look at it. It's a very interesting claim.
I mean, I could do a rendering of it for you, and that would be easier than trying to find one online, actually.
Do you does the resource exist where you could see what the original looked like?
I could go and check out the book and like, I don't know, take a picture of that page or something. But there's actually a whole bunch of them. But Red Star Kachina specific, there was a white allowed to do sketches of all the Kachinas in, like, I think 1880. One of the Zuni people let them in, let this guy, he gained their trust. I don't know how. Um, and he managed sketches of all the Zuni Kachinas. But anyway,
That's very
Can you spell Kushina and
well, there's two spellings.
okay,
So it starts with a C or starts with a K.
okay.
Achina.
Wait. Okay. I C
Achina.
H I N A.
With either starting with a K or a C.
Okay.
It
Because
depends on who wrote the article.
okay. No, because I this is so not my area of any expertise.
Yeah,
um,
it's really interesting to me. This this moniker I have here. Let me do this. Oh, why is that so dim?
hmm,
It's not bright at all. That's a larger rendering of the same thing. Can't see it very well though. Oh, thanks. So sorry, it's kind of weird, but
yeah.
oh, it's because I don't have my green screen down. That's what it is. Let me see if that helps. Nope, didn't make a darn bit of difference. Still terrible. Anyway, yeah, that's what's painted on the stomach, upper stomach, chest, lower chest, and is an underbelly, like looking up from under the throne kind of a view. So you have, above and largest, you have, the mercy seat, then the four beasts around God's throne with the six wings each, and then the 24 elders around. I sectionalized them into six so people could easily count it. So you can
Yeah.
easily see there's four sections of six, but they should be evenly spaced. It's just hard to count a circle of 24. Anyway, thanks for that.
And you said this is uh, um, what's the word? Not equal to, but
It's represented in a much older expression, um, before there was an invasion by Christians. For that
but so
matter, this is a very specific arrangement of the red dragon of Asia. This is a very specific arrangement of a god whose name is like 27 letters long. I don't know, maybe with several years of practice, I could learn to pronounce it. In Hinduism, um, and lots and lots of other places as well.
I do have another question for you. I'm going to try to look that up when I have some time to see if I can get a good, rendering of it, just to get my mind around it. But assuming that you're correct and it is similar
Hmm.
enough to draw that conclusion,
Hmm.
what do you make of that?
I make it that God was not prejudiced and told everyone the truth, no matter what it got twisted into.
Interesting. I don't necessarily disagree with that, and the reason is because I do believe that all world cultures came from the same source, and that source was the source of original religion. So I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility.
I just find so much confirmation for like the 20 major stories. Of course, they're told in different colorful ways. Cultural value systems are different. They have to be told. Like, if I say cattle in the United States, that means something to me. If I say cattle to a Hindi man, that means something else. It's literally not the same thing. So if you're going to tell a complex set of stories, to some certain culture, you have to do it in their own value system, or they're going to end up with a screwed up story that doesn't. It's not actually the same story.
But how then do you explain that they, despite having been told the same thing, and in a way that was comprehensive to their specific surrounding and religion, or not religion, like way of thought, they still ended up with very, very, very different conclusions. How, what
Different
happened
from what?
there? Well, I mean, if you look at the ancient religions and you look
Hmm.
at modern religions, uh, they're not very similar. I mean, yes,
Right.
there are some themes that are uh, not taken up, that are being approached, which makes sense in a world where we live under the same sun. We are subjected to the same kind of threats, be it from other people or from the nature itself.
Hmm.
Uh, but the conclusions of the stories that came out and how they view them and how they view their gods is very, very different.
Of course, yes, that makes sense.
I have another question for you, Richard. It just popped in my mind.
If I could, can you hold it?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you
Please go
have
ahead.
one?
Go
Do you have
ahead.
one of those
I'm sorry. I
brains
didn't mean
that'll
to interrupt.
lose it? No, no. I just wanted to answer to Deviant.
Please.
Okay. Um, all right. If I were a liar, I would want to hide truths. Now, if I'm going to lie to my wife, I'm going to lie one certain way. If I'm going to lie to my best friend, I'm going to lie some other way. If I'm going to lie to a child, I'm going to lie a different way. Is that a good explanation?
Sure, but I mean, yes, it is. Uh, you said if you were a liar, but how does
Sure.
that play in
Satan's
here?
a liar. Satan attacks truth. That's his job. He's done a great job. I mean, really effective. Not good, but great.
Yeah, you have to excuse me. My brain is a bit slow, and I'm not very smart. But
What I'm trying to say is that Satan convinced people and twisted the original stories and the way that they view them. The stories remain pretty much the same, basically unchanged. But how people view them became twisted more and more and more over time. A good example of this is how many sects of Christianity there is.
sure,
That's a really good
but
example of that.
but
Um,
wouldn't the sorry, I'm not sorry. I'm not going to interrupt you. Continue, please.
well, I'll wrap up really quick, I promise. Um, so the idea is that to different people with a different culture, you'd have to lie and twist things a different way that they would accept. So that's what was done. I'm done.
Okay, sure, but wouldn't uh, wouldn't the cultures that are the oldest have the closest to the truth accounts then?
I find that is often the case, that they have larger chunks of what is true in their understanding. Now, I don't find any of the stories seriously disturbed. I see people's view of the stories being seriously disturbed over time.
So how much, if I'm gonna suppose, or yeah, suppose uh, that you have studied the different ancient uh, religions.
How have I studied them?
No,
I,
I'm
I'm sorry, what'd you
yeah,
ask?
I'm asking if you have.
Oh
or
yeah.
or have
I
you?
mean, obviously not all of them. Okay,
No,
but every one of them that I've sampled, and there's been more than a handful. I just keep finding the same. I can't put an exact number on it. Roughly 20
sure.
stories.
That you see um, playing again in Christianity. Is that
Oh, it's included. It's these things are included in the Bible. Yes.
okay? So, how much have you read about ancient Egypt?
Not much. You want to do one of the stories? That'd be great.
Uh, I would be interested to know which stories, because I don't hold to your view. Uh,
Right. Of course. Yeah.
uh, but I would be interested to see how you're thinking about it and what conclusions, and um, because it's so much when whenever we approach ancient times, uh, we need not just to read the the text that can be found in uh, I mean, you can't really just read the text as it has been translated in
Can I give you an
a book.
example of what I think you mean, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. In the story of Samson and Delilah, that's how it's commonly referred to, although that's not the name of it. Samson has the jawbone of an ass. Christians think that means he had a deceased animal part, a calcium bone, in his hand, and that he bashed in heads with it. That's because they don't know the Hebrew idiom, which to have a jawbone of an ass is to be thought a foolish person who speaks foolishness. They bray like an ass. That's what it means.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I'm
Could. Okay.
talking
Good. I
about. Yes,
understand you. Yes.
yes. So also the fact that there are so few of these stories that are actually written down,
Mm-hmm.
um, which also. But for me, what I would what my brain goes to uh, most frequently. I'm very sorry. I don't really know what. I kind of know what's wrong with my head today, but I, I have to stop myself because
Well, I wish
I'm
you'd stop interrupting yourself by being polite and apologizing.
okay. Thank you.
I mean, it's very nice, but then I don't get to hear what you're actually thinking.
Okay, okay, I get you. uh, so when um, even though the stories may have similarities,
Mm-hmm.
the way, as you said, the way they were, or you didn't really say, but maybe the way what they meant is oftentimes completely different
Right, because
than
of
what we
cultural differences. I mean, I'm literally an
exactly,
ocean
and
away, and
and
I'm
that
two
kind
thousand years later than the New Testament.
yes, and
Right.
that is kind of what I'm uh,
So, what's your
going
question?
for. Like the earlier the stories, the more close to the original they should be. So then my question becomes, uh, what what value do you put then on the text that is the youngest of them, being in this case the Bible for
Oh,
you?
great question. That's a great glossary. The Bible is a great glossary for looking up what was actually said.
Okay. Yeah,
Because
it's a
it's got
but it's
chapters
a
and
very
verses, and
interesting take of on.
it's only good as a glossary. It's good for nothing else.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
like
it's
if a person were a serious student, what they would do is they would open up the beginning of the story, right? So they're at Genesis 1:1, and they would read in the King James, for instance, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And then they'd go and look if that's what it said, because it doesn't. That is a horrible translation where there's a lot of Christian oral tradition and priestly tradition, and they're not even priests, but anyway, not in the true sense of the word. Um, there's a lot of tradition thrown into that translation, and there's words added. For instance, the Hebrew Eloach is a singular powerful being. The plural form, a group of powerful beings, is Elohim. The word in the text is actually Elohim. It does not mean a monotheistic singular God. So you can't write the word God. You at least have to write gods.
Yes.
So what that would have to read in the beginning gods,
Yes.
and it doesn't.
Yes. That's true.
And the word created right there is bara, and majoritively the word bara means to reform or repurpose something that exists. The Hebrew expression that would mean to create out of nothing would be bara kada bara, which we know as abracadabra,
Yes.
which is why Harry Houdini popularized it, knowing the Jewish language. He was claiming on stage to create with his voice. So the Bible does not read abracadabra. It is not claiming abracadabra. Two for instances right there in the first sentence. I could go on.
Yeah, I think it's a very very interesting way of looking at the scriptures and looking at religion as a whole and looking at history as a whole.
I mean, we're all tribal and we're all scared to death of each other. We would all barely put down our guns for almost any reason because we're so scared of each other. But that's just governments using fear and our evolutionary process against us to control us. We actually have nothing to fear from each other. And if everyone were to just put down their guns, we could end all wars if we just realized that we are all the same and we all just want to live.
Yes.
So things like tribalism and prejudice is encouraged by governments trying to keep control over their people. But the fact of the matter is that there's no reason why a god would choose one tribe out of all the rest of them. That doesn't make sense. That's a trite, prejudice, small, very human god.
Yes.
So I can't worship that god because it's so, I don't know. I'm not that prejudiced. I mean, I'm sure I have prejudices, probably, but I'm unaware
Sure.
of them.
Sure. We all do in some ways, but we can also, as you said, make sure to be as aware of them as humanly possible, and we can always work to try and better ourselves for the good of our.
It'd be easy for me to say something like Christians have a chosen deity, kind of a city god, because they think that they're the only true worshipers of that god, that God has some favor for them over other peoples and other places. It's like a city god. It's ridiculous.
Well, you're not far away, as far as I can tell from what little I know, in the way that the Hebrews had multiple gods, and one of them
Mm-hmm.
rose to prominence.
Mm-hmm.
And since they weren't a nation, because there were only one nation, not the one nation under God, but one nation, meaning Egypt, of course. The world's first nation state. And yes, I know I say that a lot, but I'm kind of proud of the Egyptians, even though I have no reason to, because it's not like I was there.
You know what? Me neither.
Oh, really?
I also was not there in ancient Egypt. I wasn't. Now, some people might
No.
claim I was, but it's not true.
No, but so it would have been. Uh, I mean, we know that different cities, different villages, even had their like main god.
Have you
Um,
heard of Digital Hammurabi?
yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dr. Josh and I love Megan too, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend of Megan's. I'm not I'm not a friend of hers. She's a friend of mine, but I'm not a friend.
Oh,
Anyway, yeah, I've had some really great discussions with Dr. Bowen on just these kinds of topics.
Dr. Bone is one of my absolute favorites, and I have
Great
tried.
communicator, yeah?
Fantastic, and I have
Yes.
tried to, because we need someone like him in Egyptology. So I have tried on many occasions through various means to tell him that he should become an Egyptologist.
Well, I mean, he's already got his doctorates in specialty and 2 bachelors. I mean,
Yeah,
what do you want from
so
the guy?
I want more. I want more.
I mean, he's got a specialty. It's pretty darn defined. He
Yeah,
has Egyptologists on his show.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
do you know what he told me? He said the truth was that he was afraid of hieroglyphs because though they are so difficult. And I'm sitting there like, you're reading freaking cuneiform. Cuneiform
yes,
is insanity on a clay
not to his brain.
plot. It's how?
His wife can read it too.
Yes,
It
but they're
must be
both
simple.
insane.
Oh my God. Yes, yes. No, but I mean, why don't you go on his show?
I don't know how.
I mean, even if you're just a popular promoter, and then I don't know what accolades you have, but just the same,
I I have a
they
I
would
have a
have you,
master's in Egyptology and a master's
Well,
in
that's good
archaeology.
enough, don't you think?
Not when he's talking to freaking doctors.
I've been on his show. I don't have a master's in anything. Feel better?
A little, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Glad I can help. Glad my lack of education and my interest at 13 years of age in heavy equipment operator as a heavy equipment operator has helped you in some way. I'm so happy.
Yes.
Oh, Richard,
Sir,
are you your friends to Mark Sony?
yeah, when your voice drops off at the end of a sentence and you become slightly quieter, your microphone reflects that and multiplies it by 3, and I have no idea what the last word is
Oh,
ever.
are you friends with Mark Sony?
Mark Stoney?
Yeah, this
Hmm.
guy.
Uh,
Mark Stoney
I've
is
seen him in
awesome.
chat several. I mean, he's a future friend, but not yet.
Oh, that's Burbank
Mark
used to go.
Stoney is awesome.
I don't think we've spoken actually. I mean, other
Burbank.
than like in chat or something, maybe.
Oh, uh, yeah, Robert. You probably like the Robert because I put the link to the show in the private chat.
Speaking of private chat, Deviant, if you would put your email in the private chat, I would pass it on to Dr. Bowen.
Would you?
Absolutely, with a personal recommendation, I would. Not that that carries huge amounts of weight or anything, but he knows I'm an honest person.
Whoops, I better get it right.
Well, if you get it wrong, it won't work. So, yeah, you should get it right.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Well, I'll send him. I'll send him a little note, and it'll be 2 or 3 weeks before he reads it. That's always the case.
Yeah, but
Okay.
he's a busy bee.
They are. They are busy bees. They are. And it'll
Oh,
probably
look,
get
Mark
worse
says
for
we
her
can be
in the next
friends.
year and a half when the youngest has grown up a little bit and she finishes her
Yes.
doctorates. It'll probably get worse.
Yes. I don't know how they do it.
Have you read any of his books?
I have read uh, the first volume of
Biblical
An Atheist
Slavery?
Guide to the Bible.
Atheist Guide. Okay.
Yeah. Uh, I wanted to read. See, I struggle a lot with. I have PTSD and ADHD. Uh,
Fun
as
combo.
Yeah, it is. It's really fun, actually. I love how they kind of interact with each other and just, yeah.
Got to be interesting to watch that as a third person observer. You laugh, but you're not really laughing, are you?
No, I'm thinking, oh, poor guy, you have no idea what you would be in for.
It sounds like a nightmare. Oh my gosh.
Yes, it is.
I'd love to be worried for my own life constantly, but I can't pay attention that long.
Right?
I'm sorry. That's a horrible. God forgive me, and Deviant, please forgive me for that joke. I didn't really mean it.
I I definitely forgive you. I have very dark humor that I have
Oh,
developed
lovely then.
looking at myself through
You
life.
appreciate weirdness then. Excellent.
Yes. And Big Bad Mama, I thought we were friends. And send a note to Hovind before you. I sent Hovind to Denmark.
You did what?
I sent Hovind to Denmark. I forbade him from coming to Sweden because I'm in Sweden.
You know, to the ears of someone poorly traveled and born in the United States, all the different accents from all over the world sound so cool to me. And my accent just doesn't sound like an accent to me. It just sounds stupid.
Well, you sound American, but not like
I imagine.
you don't sound like a hill. No, I shouldn't say that.
Like a what?
Like a hillbilly. But the fact is that I actually
Now,
kind of like
now
the
I'm
hillbillies.
just asking you. I'm not trying to press the issue or nothing. I'm just asking you. What exactly do you mean by hillbilly?
I mean, someone playing the banjo on the porch. Have you seen what's the movie
Are
Redemption?
are you trying to say there's some other instrument that I should be playing?
Well, maybe clogs and spoon.
Well, we do play spoon, but the only thing that gets clogged around here is the kitchen sink, and only if we dump too much bacon grease down it.
Well, don't throw in the whole pig.
No, the answer is you run hot water at the same time.
Uh,
That keeps the. No, I'm serious. Now this is how you do it. If you're gonna dump bacon grease down the kitchen sink, run you some hot water. That way it'll stay liquid. It won't harden up in the pipes.
oh,
And
good.
do you
It will
need any
harden
other
up.
accents?
Yes.
Um, what other is a stupid American or United States accent? What's another one?
Uh, I have to think. Like New York.
And what is it about New York that you think sounds stupid? No, I'm okay. This ain't funny no more. So you need to. I'm like, you're saying I sound stupid. So I want to know why. Is this like a personal vendetta or something?
Yes, we were turned back at the island. What's the word?
Look,
What's the
look, it's
name?
New York. It's not the actual York. Okay, so you don't have to
Oh,
hate us. We're like an imitation York. We're not the real place.
okay.
Okay?
I like you much better now.
Thanks for the forgiveness.
Yeah, Boston accent, is that one they have kind of a sound going to it? Like a I can't really do it. Oh, oh.
Well,
I
I,
don't
I
know
ain't
if
got a clue what you're talking about. But my mother was born in Boston.
Boston. There you go. Boston.
Well, my grandmother was living in Boston at the time. Of course, right after mom was born, she moved to Rhode Island. You know, so I mean, she kept the Boston accent, of course. Yeah, I've talked to people from Boston. Yeah, sure.
How about Texas?
I'm not sure I can do a Texas accent. I mean, what part of Texas? Texas isn't just a small place, honey.
It's a
You
big
see,
one.
sweetheart, Texas is varied. It's not like you can say, "Oh, where are you from?" "Oh, I'm just from Texas," and we're all exactly the same. Texas is a big state. Like Texas is bigger than Russia. Okay, that's
No,
how
it's
big it
not.
is. Yes, it is. In fact, it's bigger than Russia and Antarctica and Canada combined. That's how big Texas is.
Okay.
So you can't pin it down to just one accent. That's what I'm just trying to say. You can't pin it down to one accent.
Okay. I buy that.
That's how people from Texas are. They think they have the biggest place in the world, and it's like very, very special and it's unique. And they think they have different accents across the state when really they don't.
They're very national about their state.
Well, you know what the word state means, right? I mean, you're an Egyptologist,
Yes.
so when you use the word state, it's not the same as someone from the United States using the word state.
No, which
People
is
will
very
object when I say,
confusing.
yeah. People, when I use the actual like philosophical definition, like the actual political term for state, people
Hmm.
think I'm wrong.
What?
They do.
Oh my goodness. People need to be better educated.
Well,
I
my
meon,
mom
on
did
the
her
world
best. I
outside
personally
of the
hated
US.
school, but
Yes, so did I. So did I. It
yeah,
wasn't enough Egyptology in school.
that's a good reason to hate it. Yeah. What was
Yes.
that? What was that? Eighth grade and 2 chapters, Egypt. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Kinda.
about right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Very boring.
The big problem that I had was um, I was pretty sure that if that kid behind me asked that question that's already been asked 4 times before and answered 4 times before, that my brain was going to like literally erupt out of my ears and I would die.
Yes.
And I just wanted to move on. I just wanted to take the test and move on and take a test and move on. And it was insanely slow. I really couldn't stand that. So I gave up when I was 13 years old in eighth grade, and I tried completely failing, but mom wouldn't believe I was stupid. So she made me go back. I thought if I just failed miserably, I could just go, "Gee, mom, I don't know. I don't know what happened, mom." She didn't buy it. I mean, she had 7 kids. She was pretty busy, but she wasn't that busy. And so it didn't work. So she made me go back to school and she said, "Richard, you have to get a passing grade." So I did. I slept in class. I did 25% of my homework, and the 25% I had to get a 100% score on. And then I would take my exams, and as long as I didn't miss any questions at all, I would pass with a D minus. So that's what I did until I graduated high school. I passed with a D minus. In fact, I had it. I had it so close mathematically that because in my senior year on a history exam, which history is my worst subject. Sorry if that's offensive.
Yes,
Um,
it does, but it's
it's
okay.
pretty offensive. Sorry. Um, yeah, in history class, I got a 96 on an exam and had to go to 2 weeks of summer school to graduate because of a 96. It was that tight.
Oh.
I had it perfect. An absolute lowest possible D minus. Yes, I did. You missed. Well, I think I missed one question on the exam on a topic that I hate, and had to go to summer school. Yes, it's true.
Well, we didn't have summer school.
Not even to graduate.
No.
Oh, well,
You
we had
had
that
to.
kind of forgiveness, so you could go on to the next year.
Oh, no. Uh, you were left behind if that were the case. Uh, so when my friends were out partying, I was studying because I was about to end. Uh, it's called gymnasium here. It's grade 10, 11, and 12 with seven in 7 subjects uh, not passing in 7 different. And I took all the tests in the last month, and
Mm-hmm.
I I did it, and then I went on to university, and then I kind of died because it was hard, but it was fun. I do miss studying, but I don't miss the tests. I miss the learning.
Yes, that's why I became what it sounds braggadocious, but it's not. People label me as an autodidact.
Yes.
And I'm not. I'm not. It's just it works. I'm not bragging. I love to learn, but only on very very specific things, and then I go into crazy depth about it.
And it works, and you learn. So that's the main thing, I think.
Well, I think it is the main thing, actually.
Hmm.
I mean, if something is true, it's worth knowing about. That's
Yes.
the end of it. And I'll
Yes.
tell you why it's worth knowing about. Because I want to be happy. Well, why would truths make you happy? Because untruths make you miserable. When things don't work in reality and things you try don't actually work, you'll become frustrated. That will compound into anger. That will compound into depression and other such problems.
Yes.
And it's my theory, or it's a theory that I hold, that acceptance of truth, it opens the door to make happiness possible.
Yeah.
If you can dig that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Dr.
Absolutely.
Bowen has your email address. Don't expect an answer anytime soon.
Thank you.
You're
I'm
quite welcome. My pleasure.
almost scared, but also very thankful.
You should be excited. I mean, they're great people. You want to
I
watch Dr.
know.
Bowen on my show? Would that make you feel better?
Yes.
Would it? Okay, I'll get you a
Yes.
link. I'll show you that him being just a normal person.
I know.
He really is. Like no, he really is a person. I swear.
Oh,
Okay, so I actually have a playlist of he and I, but I'm gonna. Well, I guess I'm gonna give it to you in private chat. I guess I have no choice about that.
Yeah.
There you go. It is posted. Okay, so there's
Posted.
posted. So there's sorry, my brain gets bored easy. Um, and you've been quite tolerant and allowed me, and I appreciate that. You're very easy to talk to.
Thank you. You too. I
Thank
have thoroughly enjoyed our little discussions here.
Now I wanted to sharpshoot Aiden, you
Yes,
know, and
but
put his
he's
buns on the grill and see how they cook up, you know.
but he's a slippery Canadian, you know.
Oh, well, when you have a soft furry dog actually named Scooby,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the rest
I
just
know.
follows.
Big Bad Mama, why do you do this to me?
Big Bad Mama can be hilarious at times.
Yes,
What's
I
going on
love
over
him.
there?
He's awesome.
Oh, do you know Bruce?
Would those be vestigial uh, Egyptian whale bones? Because I don't think there's any, even at the time, whales living in the Nile
No,
or any other such river in that area.
no.
No?
But in the Mediterranean, uh, way before that, yes.
Wait, how? Okay, how much longer before that?
Well, so
I
if you,
think I get your joke.
yeah, let's just say a couple of thousand. Uh,
Couple thousand watts.
the flood. No, but they
Oh,
have it.
oh, that's how the whales got in the Mediterranean. Got you. All right.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
that's how. No, but they have actually found whale fossils in um, up in the delta in Lower Egypt.
And now,
Uh,
now that is I was seriously unaware of.
yeah, most people are, and I was confronted with this like 6 months ago, and was like, "What are you talking about?" Because it was presented to me as it had been found in the middle of the desert, and I was like, "What? No, I haven't heard of
Well,
that."
that's not impossible, of course. But that
No,
does not that is
of
not an
course,
indicator of a worldwide flood. Did you know that the
no, and
word
and
flood
also
in the
it's
flood
not in
narrative?
the middle of the desert. Actually, it's up
Oh,
in the
okay.
freaking delta.
You know, I'll tell you what I thought you were doing when you
Yeah.
said whales in that part of the world some time ago. I
Hmm.
thought you were referring to Pakicetus.
Oh,
And I would have said yes, easily, because they were walking on the land. Uh,
yes.
and they were in Pakistan. So, yes, absolutely. That part of the world, yeah, yeah, no problem. Desert, sure, why not? Um, but not what you were doing.
No, not really. Not that far back.
Okay. Did you know, and perhaps, I mean, it's not your specialty, so I don't expect you to know, okay? So
Hmm.
you're not on a hook or anything like that, and I'm not trying to reel you in.
Okay.
Um, the word that got translated into the English in the Old Testament flood narrative is mayim, and the Hebrew word for a large body of water, the kind that would have waves and tumult and good
Hmm.
movement, strong currents, those sorts of
Yeah.
things, is yom. Um,
Okay.
so mayim means watery substances, and it would include things only in small amounts, like a fruit juice
Mm.
or urine or
Mm.
semen. And majoritively, the Semitic people used the word mayim as an expression of relationship, blood relationship, like brother, cousin, aunt, those kinds of things were mayim.
Okay.
So it's a lot more likely in cultural consideration to say that they were talking about a large group of people, not a large body of H2O.
That seems plausible, yes. But
Yeah,
were they then flooding the earth with a
with
lot of
people.
people?
That's right. That's what it's talking about.
So
Just
you're
tell me
thinking
something
some
that.
kind of migration period?
No, no, I do
No.
not think
Okay.
it's historic. I hold no
Okay.
historic value. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
but I think it's a prediction of the growth and detriment to the planet of the population of human beings becoming, well, quite hefty.
I see.
In
Yeah.
fact, there's no part of the flood narrative that we have not performed now.
Hmm.
Like mass extinction to certain species, covering the highest mountains, just on and on.
Hmm. Interesting. Have
Yeah,
you ever thought about, or have you maybe already compounded this into like a uh, an article or something to have it presented?
I've only done one of those. It's on David and Goliath.
Okay.
I troubled to take it fairly seriously, although I broke some rules. If it were a dissertation, it wouldn't go through because I wrote some unnecessary things. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
For instance, I opened up with a personal note saying, yes, I'm serious about this. Yes, I'm a believer. And yes, I believe that if I am held accountable for being wrong, I could be sent to hell. Okay,
Ah.
that's my opening. And then I broke another rule by writing all the common objections that I get sick of hearing. So, and then the abstract comes after that, and then the translation. I'm sorry, the transliteration, then the translation, and then all of the scientific citations.
Okay. Yeah, because
So
it would be interesting to like see what different scholars from various
I can't
uh
find. Okay, I found one human my whole life who's qualified to review it, and he was really a unicorn.
okay.
Because it's not just biblical Hebrew.
No.
It also makes assertions about astrophysics and um, planet physics and astrology, and so it takes one weird dude, not to be prejudiced, one weird person to know all of those topics. Personally, I know none of them.
Hmm.
But the story presented as it was works definitionally. It works in correspondence. It works in coherence. It works in every possible elimination process I know of.
Have you heard about there is a YouTube channel called Ford.
Yes,
Um,
I've heard of it once,
oh,
about 3 seconds ago.
okay. You sneaky, sneaky man.
Thanks for getting my silly
uh,
joke.
I liked it. Uh, Craig. Well, no, I'm gonna give you the link. So he is a scholar. I cannot remember what his field is called, uh, but um, he does a lot of comparative mythology, not so much like uh, these people thought this and these people thought this other thing, but more looking at uh, oh, what's the word? What's the word? What's the word? What's the
That,
word for something that comes?
that would be contrastive religion studies, anyway.
No, but this is so.
If you're going to do comparative religion, you have to find the similarities and talk about, right?
Yeah, but
I mean, if I
this is
take the
more.
words literally.
This is not as much. I would say it's not so heavily leaning towards religious studies as it is uh, more folklore. Might not be. I'm gonna look up his channel, and maybe the word my brain don't want me to know at the moment um, will come up.
You'll be like really cool is if you like put a link like in the private chat or something when you found it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for, you know.
Rockin', dude.
He, to me, he's a bit difficult to. Sometimes it's difficult to understand him because he has a very weird English accent. I don't know where
Oh,
he's
I don't know if I
from.
can deal with that. I hate accents.
Yeah, I know. Don't we all? uh,
Thank you for that.
you're welcome. So proto was the word. I didn't even read it. It just when I looked at his little thingamajig, his avatar. Um, so he goes into like proto myths, and it's very
Hmm.
interesting. Uh, and I think I don't know if you could use it in your ongoing studies of
Oh, it
of
sure
your
looks like
studies,
it.
but
Just
yeah,
glancing at some of the titles.
yeah,
Okay, he's sensationalizing a little bit, but
yeah, sure.
I'd say he's relatively serious though.
He's very serious when he's talking about it. So
Well, I've
he's
got
just
news for him. He's actually too smart and too into this and not accepting popular methods because he's trying to make his thumbnails more appealing to a generalistic audience instead of an academic audience and hit a larger target.
yes,
But he's I can see he's investing some real time in the thumbnails, but he's got that like academic brain and it's not
hmm,
really working
yeah,
because these don't look like clickbait. And he doesn't really want that. I don't know. He looks conflicted to me. I don't know the guy. This is me just looking at thumbnails and reading
yeah.
titles. Never mind.
No, but he's really knowledgeable and talks about very interesting stuff. It's just his cadence maybe
Right.
that
Well, he looks like
make
a big, bald Nordic guy. That's what he looks like. Uh,
yeah, and unfortunately he's not that. I think he might be like uh, maybe not Welsh,
okay.
maybe
I can
not.
buy that.
Yeah,
I don't know the bone structures that well anyway.
me neither.
But he's got like he's got a Celtic sea
Hmm.
at the face of his channel there. Yeah, I'll give him a view.
Yeah.
Maybe even if I can manage it, harass him a little bit. That'd be awesome.
Yes.
That's what I live for. I'm telling you.
I think you should.
Yeah. Well, it's getting on toward my body wants food time.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go and do that thing. You've been quite pleasant, and I really
You too.
appreciate the conversation.
You
Honestly,
too.
I do. Had a lot of fun with you.
Right back at you. I really enjoyed it. You seem like a very, very nice young man, as we say on
I,
this channel.
a nice young man. I was born in 1968.
Oh, you're 10
Um,
years older than me.
yeah, I'll buy that. But at least you're a woman, so I'm going to say I believe it either way. All right, Gangster Ghost, thanks for letting me on your show for a minute. Still want to debate Aiden sometime, and possibly you, Gangster, because I think there's things that need flushed out. That's right. The expression is flushed out, not fleshed out. Fleshed out is wrong, because talking about birds in bushes and dogs chasing them. That's what it means. All right, guys, have a great day.
Yes.
Thank you so much again.
You
Take
too.
care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Uh, uh, does anyone else want on? Hi, Miss Outcast. Did you have fun?
Yes, I did. I've had a lot of fun.
That's good.
It's been a great, great show.
Thank you. Uh, say it's been about five
Oh,
hours.
5 hours. You've been going 5 hours.
Yeah. Uh,
That is something.
aside, shut the show down. Thank
Yeah.
you for coming on.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
I hope you have a great rest of your day
Thank you.
and a
You too.
safe night.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Take